You're listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, go to nakedbiblepodcast.com and click on the support link in the upper right-hand corner. If you're new to the podcast and Dr. Heiser's approach to the Bible, click on New Start Here at nakedbiblepodcast.com.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 381, Revelation 11. I'm the layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Michael Heiser. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Pretty good. We are at Revelation 11, which I know a lot of people have been waiting for. So I actually feel good about today's episode. I don't know why. Maybe it'll fade as when I get halfway through it. But yeah, it was a good week. Enjoyed prepping for this.
Yeah, I know when we Revelation won the voting, somebody said, "All right, I can't wait for the next year." And that was about, that's so true. These things take about a year to go through, but that's okay. It's good. I mean, I know everybody's enjoying going through Revelation.
Yeah, I actually had a scholar friend that I ran into this week. I had lunch with, and who follows the podcast, and basically said the same thing. Like, yeah, I enjoy listening to the podcast. I get something out of it. And it's great that people love it. The layperson loves it. So yeah, that was a nice thing to hear from the outside.
Yeah. And Revelation 11 is kind of, I guess they're all important chapters, but this one seems to have some good stuff in it.
Oh yeah, it does. We should jump in, because this is we're going to get into the weeds here. We're not going to do two parts. I'm going to try to cram this into one part. But a lot of this episode is going to be more like Revelation in Second Temple Jewish context than specifically Old Testament context. But, having said that, those two contexts are intertwined anyway. So we're just going to have to get into the weeds here, because this chapter is sort of famous or infamous or notorious for a couple of things. Obviously, it's known for the two witnesses, and it's known for being a passage that is much fought over for the purposes of dating the book. And I'm in both of those regards, the witnesses, the nature of the witnesses, and the whole thing about the dating of the book, which is really revolves around the first verse, where it mentions the temple of God. Is this the literal temple or some other temple? I'm going to say some things about both of these issues, the witnesses and the temple, that are going to likely be unfamiliar to hearers in the audience. Again, I'm not a systems guy. I'm not going to land in any one system, and you'll pick up as we go through why. But again, this is getting into the weeds a bit. So let's just jump in here. The first three verses really, I could have done an episode in the first three verses, but like I said, we're going to try to cram everything in here and have it sort of be, make sense and be coherent. So Revelation 11, 1-3 says this. I'm reading from ESV. Then I was given a measuring rod like a staff, and I was told, "Rise and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and those who worship there. But do not measure the court outside the temple. Leave that out, for it is given over to the nations, and they will trample the holy city for 42 months. And I will grant authority to my two witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth." Now, most people familiar with this particular passage, they are, going to know sort of what follows. You get into verse 4, the two witnesses are the two olive trees, the two lampstands, so on and so forth. And then they do miraculous things. And then the beast that arises from the bottomless pit makes war on them in verse 7 and conquers and kills them. And then their bodies lie in the street, for a while. So really, it's Jerusalem, okay, symbolically called Sodom and Egypt, where the Lord was crucified, and very, very obviously Jerusalem. So they lay there for 3.5 days, and then they come back to life, and so on and so forth. And naturally, the obsession has been, identifying these two witnesses, and we sort of skip what follows, which is the seventh trumpet, and very clear day of the Lord language. And in a system like, we'll say, premillennialism, standard premillennialism, day of the Lord is at the end of the tribulation. But again, that part of Revelation 11 sort of gets skipped And we have the first part, happening in, before the end, and chopping it up into chronological bits because John uses this number 1260 days. And you have all these charts and systems and whatnot. So there's a lot in this passage that has fueled a lot of speculation. And I'm going to try to maybe not unravel it, but I'm going to get into the weeds in terms of context for these things and hopefully, help stimulate some, I think, better thinking, or at least better contextual thinking about what's going on. So let's start here with the first thing, the measuring rod. Okay, this measuring reed. Now, this image is drawn from Ezekiel 40, specifically verse 3. But this is the part of Ezekiel. We did the series on Ezekiel about the temple there in Ezekiel 40 through 48. But Ezekiel 40, verse 3 says the following. Let me just look that up real quick, and Ezekiel's talking. When he brought me there, okay, this person sort of showing it's a vision. Okay, so he's escorted in this vision. When he brought me there, behold, there was a man whose appearance was like bronze with a linen cord and a measuring reed in his hand. And so this man, quote unquote man, is going to proceed to measure the Ezekiel's temple. So this is where the imagery is drawn from in Ezekiel. And on in his commentary notes, measuring can be a metaphor for destruction. Like you measure it, but what you're actually doing is planning to destroy the thing you're measuring. And he gives a few references: 2 Samuel 8:2, 2 Kings 21:13, Amos 7 through 9, Isaiah 34:11, Lamentations 2:8. But it can also be a metaphor for preservation. And that element is also in 2 Samuel 8:2, and Ezekiel 41 through 6, 42:20, and Zechariah 2:5. So, we have kind of both things going on here. And On believes that in this passage, in Revelation 11, it's a metaphor for preservation. That's just where he lands. Now, the speaker who issues the command is unidentified. The act of measuring is never actually carried out in the passage. So right away, you kind of have like what's going on here? And On in his commentary gets into some of these details. And so we'll go back to him, and here's what he says as he starts to get into the material. He says, the Old Testament text on which the section has been modeled, that is Ezekiel 40 through 48 broadly, is introduced with an explanation of how the visionary was transported to a high mountain in the land of Israel, where he saw a structure like a city opposite him. Similarly, in Revelation 21:9 and 10, John describes how an angel transported him to a high mountain where, after seeing the New Jerusalem, the angel proceeds to measure parts of it. This passage, along with Revelation 21:10 through 27, alludes to Ezekiel 40, verse 3 through 42:20, and Zechariah 2:1 through 5, though the latter passage is much closer to Revelation 11:1 because of the absence of the actual act of measuring and the focus on the theme of divine protection. In Ezekiel 40, verse 3, a man, probably an angel, uses the measuring rod, as we read in Revelation 20, verse 15. And it is also a man, but again, presumably an angel, who does the measuring in the Qumran, the Dead Sea Scroll fragments, of an apocalypse on the heavenly Jerusalem. So you actually get the same kind of thing in some of those texts. On continues, in Zechariah 2:1 through 2, it is a man, again probably an angel, who is on his way to measure Jerusalem. Measurements of the Jerusalem temple are also found in 11Q Temple 3 through 48. That's a Dead Sea Scroll, temple scroll. Here in Revelation 11:1 to 2, it is John who is commanded to do the measuring. In a very difficult passage in 1 Enoch 61:1 through 5, angels are given long cords, either for measuring the righteous themselves for their preservation, or for measuring the future heritage of the righteous, on analogy to the tribal land allotments in Joshua 13 through 19. So this measuring of the city, again, with sort of the angle of preservation, is common. I mean, I think it's fair to say it's common. You get it in Dead Sea Scrolls, you get it in Enoch, you get it in the Old Testament, and so on, is saying this is where this imagery comes from. It's not a planned, destruction in this case, because ultimately we're going to have the deliverance of the city. And we read this later in Revelation 20, where the Lord wipes out his enemies before they, encircling Jerusalem, destroy Jerusalem. So that's sort of what a Revelation 11 is angling toward, that scene specifically. So that's the Old Testament context for that. Secondly, we read, rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and those who worship there. Like, how do you measure people? Okay. Maybe you count them, something like that. The language is a little odd. This phrase, again, is thought, that the whole thing, rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and those who worship there, the whole thing is thought by many, maybe most, to indicate that what is being measured by John is the actual earthly temple in Jerusalem of his day. Precisely because the worshipers are counted, and because, now this is his thought, because the Greek phrase, naon to theou, which means temple of God, is used elsewhere in Revelation only in Revelation 11:19. So same chapter, a little bit later, where the phrase is qualified with another phrase, ha en te urane, which translates, which is in heaven. So let me just stop there. On saying, look, we get this phrase about the temple of God 2 times in Revelation 11. The first one is the temple of God and the altar and those who worship there. And the second time, it's the temple of God, which is in heaven. And On thinks that the second occurrence is important, the one that's in heaven, because he believes it distinguishes the first one as being the earthly temple of God in Jerusalem, because that one isn't described as which is in heaven. So again, On is with, probably a majority of scholars that think Revelation 11:1 is actually referencing, John measuring the temple of his day. Now, if that's the case, the implication, of course, is that Revelation has to be written before 70 AD, because after 70 AD, it's destroyed. Okay? So, and that's going to be something that, an amillennialist will favor, partial preterists, obviously, again, because they want the book written before 70 AD. So On is saying, this is where most scholars are at in terms of what temple we're talking about here. Now, other people obviously argue the reverse. They would say, no. Revelation 11:19 doesn't distinguish the temple of 11:1 from the one of 11:19. Rather, Revelation 11:19 qualifies or defines the temple in Revelation 11:1. So they're both a heavenly temple, a spiritual temple. Now, the implication of that view is that Revelation could be written after 70 AD and really would be written after 70 AD, because the literal temple would have been destroyed then, and the earthly one is just gone. And so now we're dealing with a spiritual temple. Just a note of irony here. It's kind of interesting to note that the people who want to interpret Revelation elsewhere the most literally have to opt for the spiritual view here. and reverse. I mean, the people who want to interpret Revelation allegorically or symbolically, they're going with literalism right here. I mean, it's actually an inversion of both the approaches of both systems, which is kind of funny. But anyway, I love that irony, that our hermeneutic changes here in Revelation 11 because our systems require it. Anyway, On, who takes, again, this is the literal Jerusalem temple view. He continues. He says, the temple described here in 11:1 is certainly the earthly temple in Jerusalem. That's his view. For the distinction between the temple proper, the naos, and the forecourt holds for both the Temple of Solomon and the Herodian temple, although the real or imagined architecture is somewhat more complex. Sounds like he's contradicting himself here, like, oh, it's the literal temple, but no, wait, they don't really match because it's more complex than you'd think. He has a way of dealing with that. I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but just go on a little bit. He says, in addition to the Holy of Holies and the holy place, the Temple of Solomon had 2 courts, the inner court surrounded by a wall, 1 Kings 6:36 and 7:12, and the outer court, which surrounded the royal palace and the temple precincts, 1 Kings 7:9 and 12. The temple described in Ezekiel 40 through 42, modeled after the Temple of Solomon, at least in some respects. That's me now, but I don't know how you could just categorically say that. But anyway, he says the temple in Ezekiel 40 through 42 also had 2 courts, an oblong inner court, Ezekiel 40:23, and a square outer court, Ezekiel 40:17 through 20. The Herodian temple, described both in Josephus and in rabbinic texts, consists of 4 courts. The inner court of priests was separated from the court of the Israelites by a barrier, 1 cubit high. The court of Israelites was adjacent to the court of women. This whole inner precinct, the Holy of Holies, the holy place, and the 3 courts, was enclosed by a high wall with gates. A very large court of Gentiles, essentially a huge marketplace, lay outside, lay without. The term tahieron, which is Greek for the temple, or the sanctuary, tended to be used of the entire temple complex, including the 3 areas into which the inner court of Herod's temple was divided: the court of the priests, the court of the Israelites, and the court of women, and he cites a bunch of passages from Josephus. These 3 areas, together with the temple itself, constitute the hieron. The naos, though, which is another word for, again, sacred space here, the naos, with the temple and its 3 courts, was separated from the outer court. This is the first court. Again, he quotes something from Josephus. It's separated by a low stone barrier that enclosed an area known as the rampart, the chel in Hebrew, or Aramaic, again, depending, it would be Hebrew, he's using Hebrew here, upon which were posted warnings that Gentiles were forbidden to pass through on pain of death. And there's a bunch of references in Josephus to that. By the way, this barrier or wall is the thing that's referenced in Ephesians 2:14, okay, which is kind of interesting. Let me just read Ephesians 2:14 to you. But this is what it's talking about when Paul mentions this. For he himself is our peace, who has made us both one and has broken down in his flesh the dividing wall of hostility. Again, this is actually the corresponding literal structure that Paul is using, to play off of in his discussion about Jews and Gentiles being one body. So again, where does that leave us? Again, each side is going to have a way of arguing that it's literal or not, so on and so forth, and on it goes. Third element here, we're going to talk about the 2 witnesses, I should say. We'll get to that in a moment, but I want to move before we hit the 2 witnesses, or maybe in conjunction with them. I want to get to this phrase, they will prophesy 1,260 days. Now, On says the period of 42 months, again, 1,260 days, which is also mentioned in Revelation 13:5, where it is the period during which the beast exercises authority, is a symbolic apocalyptic number for a divinely restricted period of time, often a limited period of eschatological tribulation, ultimately derived from Daniel 7:25 and Daniel 12:7. That's going to become important. 42 months is equivalent to 3.5 years, a period of time that the author expresses differently elsewhere as 1,260 days, Revelation 11:3 and Revelation 12:6. By the way, this foreshadows something I'm going to say in a moment. That to understand Revelation 11, you need to read some things that it says in tandem with Revelation 12. Okay, so just hold on to that thought. So the author expresses this time as 1,260 days. He also uses the phrase a time, times, and half a time in Revelation 12:14. He uses the number 3.5 for the number of days between the death and the ascension of the 2 witnesses, Revelation 11:9 and 11. Therefore, while John uses 3 different time designations to express 3.5 years, the reference to a time, times, and half a time in Revelation 12:14 makes it clear that there he is also alluding to Daniel, specifically Daniel 7:25 and Daniel 12:7. Now, I read that because we want to reinforce the point that the background to Revelation 11 here with these numbers is ultimately the book of Daniel. So Daniel's numbers have to be sorted out to know what John's doing here. These numbers, if we want to look at Daniel and these numbers, that's going to take us directly into the Second Temple period and its fixation on calendar, and of course controversies between different sects of Judaism over which calendar to use. Now, just by way of refreshing, maybe the memory of some listeners, we've traversed on this turf a little bit before, but there were calendar controversies. So some Jews of the Second Temple period preferred using a lunar calendar. Now, a lunar calendar could have 29 or 30 days. They're not consistent, or 31. It's not. You go by the phases of the moon, and it's not neatly divisible. Always 30. Okay, this is why Judaism today uses this calendar, and this is why periodically you have to have an extra month inserted into the calendar to make to figure out when Passover is going to be, and to the slippage of days, if you're using a lunar calendar in correspondence with a solar year, is going to create the necessity that you have to add time, or you have to add a month periodically, so that the two things, your ritual calendar, your sacred calendar, and your actual astronomical calendar, will align. Okay, so there's the lunar calendar, and again, you gotta add time to that periodically. The other calendar that was used is a solar calendar, and this is 12 months, all of 30 days. 12 times 30 is 360. And then there would be, at Qumran, what they did was they added a day in between 4 quadrants of 90 days. I've mentioned this before. This was the Qumran, or the Essene, mathematically perfect and precise calendar, because if you use this calendar and ignore the astronomy, then your Passovers, your Sabbaths, your feasts and festivals are going to be occurring on the same day every year. It never varies. Of course, you have to start it on day 4 of creation. That's when the time, sun, moon, and stars were created. So that's how they calculate things out. Those who stuck with that system, actually did calculations of the Messiah and so on and so forth. When's the window when we think that the Messiah, the ultimate Jubilee, is going to be accomplished, and so on and so forth. Now, there was another, we haven't mentioned this before yet, there was another 360-day calendar in use by a different sect of Judaism, the Zadokites. They did the same thing with solar, and the two systems differed on what they did with the equinoxes. Do they consider them separate days, or do they sort of get absorbed into the 360 itself? Okay, and then we have to add 4 days for some other reason. So there was a little bit of a difference as to how to get the 364. We'll just leave it there. It's very complex and convoluted and complicated, but essentially you've got a lunar and a solar calendar. Okay, solar calendar has 2 varieties, and that's going to actually become important when we get into the weeds here. Now, why get into them at all? Well, I'll tell you, there's only one reason I'm doing this. I want to demonstrate for the listener, who probably has some curiosity here, how deeply complex and convoluted this gets. And I'm doing that to teach a prophecy lesson. And I'm going to telegraph a lesson right here. If you have prophecy books on your shelf that tell you they know how everything's going to play out, and they don't get into what we're going to get into here, what you should do is take those books and throw them away. Okay? Because they are not contextualizing the numerical discussion, the calendar discussion, on its own terms. These numbers come from somewhere. Okay, Daniel, as we're going to see, is using a particular calendar, and his numbers are meaningful in the context of that calendar. So if your prophecy books aren't doing this, if they're just playing with calculators and starry night astronomy programs, throw them away. It's the best thing you can do. Otherwise, it's just whistling in the dark. Now, my reference here, and I do not have a PDF for this, is from Gabriele Boccaccini's book. Actually, he wrote this particular chapter. It's called The Solar Calendars of Daniel and Enoch. It's in a book called The Book of Daniel, Volume 2, Composition and Reception. It's published by Brill, so it costs you an arm and a leg. This is pages 311 through 328. Now, I'm going to read you some extensive portions of this because I want to numb your mind here. I want you to see how complicated this is, so that when this episode ends, you will get up, pull the prophecy books from your shelf, and throw them away. I would consider that a good missional work here. It is never as simple as these books tell you, and it's always more complicated than even they seem. So let's jump into Boccaccini here. He says, Daniel 7:25 blames the iniquitous king, Antiochus Epiphanes, for, quote, changing times, unquote, in temple worship. According to Joubert and Vanderkam, who are 2 experts on this chronology, This marks the occasion on which the Hellenistic lunar calendar definitively replaced the old Zadokite solar calendar, which Jubilees, the Book of Jubilees, and the people at Qumran would seek in vain to restore after the Maccabean revolt. Now, let me just stop there. Do you realize that the calendar used today by Judaism, the lunar calendar, was viewed as an apostate, awful thing by the Jews who wrote the Book of Jubilees and who lived at Qumran, the Essenes, the Book of Enoch as well. Those are solar calendars. And those are the calendars they believed originated at the time of creation. Everything else was an inferior system. And you say, well, what about the Torah calendar and switching of the first day of the year and so on and so forth and all that, right? They would still argue that needs to be, yes, you can change what the first day of the year is, but you still need to be using the solar calendar. Okay. This was a spiritual thing. This is what led to the split that created the Qumran community. Okay. This was a big deal for them because now you're using a human calendar, one that you have to adjust by arbitrarily adding a month every now and then, as opposed to God's perfect mathematical calendar. This is an abomination. They never won that fight. Again, that's the whole point of that first paragraph. Antiochus Epiphanes, quote, changes the times in the temple worship. They go back to the lunar calendar. Okay, they replace the solar calendar. Now, back to Boccaccini. The obvious implication of this hypothesis is that Daniel also used the solar calendar. Nevertheless, the book of Daniel itself is conspicuously absent in the discussion about the antiquity of the solar calendar that has involved many other Jewish documents. In fact, the chronological references in Daniel are apparently too obscure to infer any calendar. At least that's the way it looks, he says. Boccaccini adds, while the half week of Daniel 9:27 and a, quote, time, 2 times, and half a time of Daniel 7:25 and 12:7 are symbolic, they are yet quite consistent indications of time. And the 2,300 evenings and mornings of Daniel 8:14 fall short of the 3.5 years they should refer to. And to make matters worse, the 1,290 and 1,335 days of Daniel 12:11 to 12 somehow go further. In other words, they're not too short, they're too long. While none of these figures explicitly supports the solar or lunar calendar, there are some indications that Daniel may have indeed used a solar calendar. In Daniel 12:11 through 12, now here's where it really gets dense. If you think it's dense now, just hang on. It's going to get worse. In Daniel 12:11 and 12, the difference between 1335 and 1290 is 45 days. This figure makes sense only if we have 2 consecutive 30-day months. 1 month plus a half, 30 plus 15, which is possible only in the solar calendar. Whoever wrote Daniel 12, therefore, knew a calendar in which the months were not calculated according to the moon. That is, in a sequence of 30-day and 29-day months. However, since Daniel 12:5 through 13 presents the half week, verse 7, and the 1,290 days, verse 11, and the 1,335 days, verse 12, in a series, we should expect the same proportion between the half week and the 1,290 days. According to the 364-day calendar of Jubilees and Qumran, 3.5 equals 1,274 days. The addition of 16 days to reach 1,290 and a total of 61 days to reach 1,335 days does not make much sense. Again, because, let me just break in here, because 16 and 61 are not divisible by 30. Okay? They're not half of 30, and it's not 30 plus 30. So it doesn't make much sense. So he asks, how many days does the half week count in Daniel? The only ancient text that explicitly elaborates on the figure of Daniel, okay, this numerical figure, is the revelation of John, and it is strikingly straightforward. The time of persecution is a period of, quote, 42 months. It's Revelation 11:2, 13:5. Or it's described as 1,260 days, Revelation 11:3 and chapter 12, verse 6. or it's a time, 2 times, and a half time, Revelation 12:14. According to the book of Revelation, therefore, Daniel would have known a solar calendar of 12 30-day months, which makes a year of 360 days. In fact, such a calendar allows us to establish a sensible relationship among the 3 calendrical references in Daniel 12. A consistent and proportioned series links the half day, or the half week, that is 1260 days, to the 1290 days by virtue of the addition of 1 30-day month, which in turn becomes 1335 days with the further addition of 1 30-day month and a half 30-day month. Accordingly, Marty and Beckwith have argued that Daniel followed the Mesopotamian calendar of 360 days, this is where this originates, with the figures in Daniel 12:11 through 12 representing the addition of intercalary months. Okay, that is inserting these other 30s and 15s in there. That the ancient Jews were familiar with this calendar would be attested by the flood narrative in Genesis, where the period from, quote, the 17th day of the second month to the, quote, 17th day of the seventh month, unquote, is said to total 150 days. That is 5 consecutive months of 30 days. And it's solar calendar evidence. That's Genesis 7:11, 7:24, and Genesis 8:3 through 4. But Boccaccini says all the evidence points to the fact that the solar calendar of the early Second Temple literature was a sabbatical one. That is, a calendar in which each day of the year fell on the same day of the week year after year, which was not the case in the Mesopotamian calendar. The chronological indication of Daniel 10:4 makes sense only if the 24th day of the first month is Friday. And this is possible only if Daniel used a sabbatical calendar. So the question is, how can Daniel use at the same time a 360-day calendar and a sabbatical one? And that's the end of Boccaccini for now. And that is indeed the question. Now the answer, you want to close your ears now if you're married to an early date of Daniel. Okay? Just turn it off, cover your ears, okay? The answer is that Daniel shows awareness of 2 Second Temple period calendars, both the Enochian 364 day and the Zadokite, the Book of Jubilees calendar, also 364 days. These 2 calendars differed on how they handled the solstices. One counted them as days and the other didn't. Daniel is a blend of the 2 in terms of its calculations. Now back to Boccaccini. He says, every time Daniel refers to the period of Antiochus's persecution, particularly in the key prophecy of chapter 9, it gives the figure of a half of a week of years. It's Daniel 9:27, or a time 2 times and a half in Daniel 7:25 and 12:7. In both halves of the outer frame around chapter 9, instead, we face slightly different chronological indications. The one approximate by deficiency, 2300 evenings and mornings of Daniel 8:14, and the other by excess, 1290 to 1335 days of Daniel 12:11 through 12. Again, both of those numbers don't approximate what you'd expect with a solar calendar. This is me. One is a little short, the other's a little long. So Boccaccini says, obviously the author expected some events to occur immediately before and immediately after the foretold death of Antiochus. As John J. Collins also acknowledges, in chapter 8, again, Daniel 8, the primary focus of the end is the restoration of the temple cult, while chapters 10 through 12 focus their hopes on the resurrection of the dead. The conflicting times of the end fit perfectly the overall theology of the book. Now, what he's going to start getting at here is we need to think about some of the numbers applying, prior to the restoration of the temple cult, and the other ones are or in conjunction with the restoration of the temple cult, and then other numbers looking forward to the resurrection of the dead. That they sort of have 2 different things in view, and this is why we get some of these different numbers. So Boccaccini says the conflicting times of the end fit perfectly the overall theology of the book, which as is now widely recognized by its interpreters, sprang from an apocalyptic circle different from the one that produced the Enochic literature. On the one hand, against Enoch, Daniel does not view the Second Temple as impure and therefore argues in chapter 8 that God would restore the temple or the daily sacrifices before the end as an act of justice owed to the temple's legitimate cult. Let me just stop there. So the Essenes, the people at Qumran and Enoch, they didn't like the priesthood that operated in Jerusalem. This is why they separated from it. That they would have been cheering from the sidelines. Yeah, get rid of those sacrifices, trash the place because they're using a pagan calendar anyway. Daniel doesn't act like that. Daniel has God restoring the temple cult, okay, the temple rituals, all right? So it's a different perspective than you'd find in the book of Enoch and in certain Dead Sea Scrolls. So back to Boccaccini. So he makes that point and says, on the other hand, the almost careless yet ingenious mechanism through which in chapter 12 the times of the end are progressively lengthened and desynchronized emphasizes another tenet of Daniel's theology, the distinction between the collective destiny of Israel and the destiny of each individual. Daniel rejects the Enochic claim that angelic sin has substantially deprived human beings of personal freedom, the ability to endure, and responsibility. Now, let me just pause there. Boccaccini is not saying that Daniel rejects the idea that the Watchers contributed to human sin. Rather, Daniel is rejecting the Enochian notion. The Enochians were basically fatalists. That because of this problem, because of this fiddling, your personal, they're to blame. The Watchers are to blame, which can be used as an excuse for individual accountability and responsibility. The Qumran literature talks about two lots and two spirits and two destinies. It's very predestinarian and very, again, pessimistic in terms of your ability to move from one column to the other, okay? So Daniel's not going there. He's not taking the Watcher idea to such an extent that people are kind of locked in and their fate is what their fate is, and they're sort of, Daniel's rejecting double predestinarianism here. That's his point. So back to Boccaccini. For the judgment of individuals, it therefore looks beyond the time in which God would set an end to history and establish the everlasting kingdom of Israel. The judgment of the nations in Daniel 7 and the judgment of the individuals in chapter 12 are not synchronic. Okay? The 360 plus 4-day calendar adds new and surprisingly meaningful nuances to Daniel's discourse about the times of the end. The piece of information provided by Revelation was accurate. For the Zadokite calendar, the year indeed counted 1,260 days. As we've already noticed, this allows us to establish a sensible and coherent relationship between the three calendrical references in Daniel 12. Extra times of 30 and 45 days at the end of the 70 weeks of years cannot possibly refer to any kind of added months, even though we do not know and just how often the 360 plus 4-day calendar was intercalated on the basis of the observation of equinoxes and solstices. The sabbatical nature of the Zadokite calendar required the addition of weeks, not months, so that the appointed times of festivals were not changed. The meaning of the calendrical indications of Daniel 12 must be found elsewhere. By skillfully exploiting the richness of the cultic calendar, the text depicts a sort of spiritual itinerary of preparation for the individual. First, 1 month is given, the month of Passover, so that 1,290 days are completed, 1260 plus 30. Then 1.5 more months are added to get 1,335 days to reach the third month, which according to the Zadokite calendar was, quote, the month of the oaths. 2 Chronicles 15:10-15 is the Old Testament reference. And with the 15th of the third month being the feast of Shavuot, what date could be more appropriate than the feast of the renewal of the covenant for the celebration of the final judgment? So let me just stop there. I mean, he deals with the 2,300 evenings and mornings and how that reference in Daniel actually makes sense if Daniel is calculating for, he doesn't use the term, but if he's calculating for Hanukkah, it makes sense. Like the calculation actually works. If it's referring to this period associated with the restoration of the temple. But these other numbers are about something, future, an eschatological resurrection, the day of the Lord and the resurrection. So the 2300 evenings and mornings is referencing, again, Second Temple Jewish events associated with the devastation of the temple under Antiochus and its restoration, which involves what we know today as Hanukkah. But the other numbers, the 1260, the 1290, the 1335, that's eschatological. Okay? So you have to separate out the numbers. One is associated with one historical period already passed. The other one is eschatological. And the numbers have historical, coherent meaning and theological meaning if you do that. But to do it, here's the point. To do it, you have to use the Zadokite calendar. And that is only known from the Second Temple period. So I'm wondering if you're catching the implication already. Whoever wrote Daniel had to know that calendar. And that puts at least part of Daniel in the Second Temple period. Now you might argue that Daniel was written part of it earlier, 6th century, early date, but this stuff has to be late date to make sense. That's the point. Now that's sort of an extraneous issue. But if you're tracking with this, if you want to make sense of the numbers historically and eschatologically, that's the only way it makes sense. Within a Jewish Old Testament Second Temple Jewish context, you have to be using this calendar. Okay? Now let's go back here and ask, well, how does this relate to Revelation 11? Again, it relates in terms of the expectation, the use of some of these numbers from Daniel. Whoever's writing Revelation 11, John, okay, he's on eschatological turf. And so the question is, how does this work out in his eschatological system? And I'm going to suggest to you that the key element is going to be this. To observe the content of Revelation 11 and 12, because they're going to use the same language in both chapters. Like one will use like a number and the other one will say time 2.5, time times and a half time. They're talking about the same thing. You have to understand these numbers and their system in tandem. Revelation 11, Revelation 12. Okay? That's key. And the second key element is there's a lot of day of the Lord language here, which in our parlance, our prophecy talk, is at the end of the tribulation. Okay? Day of the Lord, final judgment. So with that in mind, again, I could go a whole lot deeper into Boccaccini. He does all the math, how all of it works out to the day. I mean, he actually he says this. He says, in Daniel's calculation, the fall equinox of 167 BC marks the division of time at the middle of the last week of years and the beginning of Antiochus' persecution. From that time, the text asks us to count 2300 evenings and mornings, not days, evenings and mornings, which we now understand would not have included the additional times between seasons in the Zadokite calendar. He actually has a precise, he dates the events using Daniel, aligning them with Daniel to the day of the events that we know, again, in relation to the abomination committed by Antiochus. Believe it or not, it makes sense. Again, if you have this particular calendar in your head. So let's not go drift back into that. Let's talk a little bit about the two witnesses and get into the language of Daniel 11 and 12 and the day of the Lord stuff, because that's ultimately what we want to be thinking about. So you look at the two witnesses. Now, I'm going to presume that the two witnesses, for the sake of the episode here, are symbolic symbols of God's people. Either we have God's people being delivered by miracles in line with the Exodus plague imagery. Again, there's some clear Exodus stuff here. Or we have two people who breathe fire. Okay, let's go back at Revelation 11 and read. My point here is that let's be consistent. It's easy to talk about, literal two people, Enoch and Elijah, and Enoch and Moses, or whoever, but then skip over the stuff that's just is crazy. It's crazy town, okay? So here we have the two witnesses. These are the two olive trees and the two lampstands that stand before the Lord of the earth. And if anyone would harm them, fire pours from their mouth and consumes foes. Really? Like Enoch and Elijah come back and they can breathe fire? If anyone would harm them, this is how he is doomed to be killed. They have power to shut the sky. Now people will say, oh yeah, Elijah did that. No rain may fall during the days of their prophesying. They have power over the waters to turn them blah. Moses did that. Strike the earth with every kind of plague. Moses again. Let's vote for Moses. And then they have finished their testimony. The beast, rises from the bottomless pit, kills them. They lie in the street of Jerusalem for 3.5 days, and then they're raised. It's all literal. It's all literal. Yeah, except the line about fire pouring from the mouth. What about that? Well, that's figurative. Okay, if that's figurative, why isn't the other stuff figurative? Well, because we need 2 prophets to do that stuff. Again, why can't it be a reference? Why can't each of the 2 witnesses represent the people of God, which is, prophets did that too. They were divinely appointed, to speak on behalf of God, to his people and for his people in different, occasions. Why don't we interpret all of it one way as opposed to most of it one way, and then when it doesn't work, we do it the other way? And I'm just suggesting to you, we might want to think a little bit differently about it so that we don't have this consistency problem. But anyway, I'm going to assume that they are symbolic, and I'm really going to do that not because of this, not because of the inconsistency thing. I'm going to do it because of the day of the Lord stuff. So again, we don't have two literal humans breathing fire here. I would say it's also symbolic because of the point of reference of the 2 witnesses. The 2 witnesses are the 2 sons of oil, and it's olive oil, the term, the B'nai Yitzhar, from Zechariah 4, 11, and 12. So let's just read Zechariah 4. This is where the 2 witnesses stuff comes from. Then I said to him, what are these 2 olive trees on the right and the left of the lampstand? This is the vision of the lampstand. We've been in Zechariah 4 several times. Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing here. If I need to dip into it before we're done here, I'll do that. But, Zechariah, what are these 2 olive trees on the right and left of the lampstand? And a second time I answered and said to him, what are these 2 branches of the olive trees, which are beside the 2 golden pipes from which the golden oil was poured out? He said to me, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my Lord. Then he said, these are the 2 anointed ones, again, these sons of oil, all right, who stand by the Lord of the whole earth. Okay, if the language here, this is also the passage about, let's just go up here, beginning of Zechariah 4. This we've had already before. The angel who talked with me came again and woke me like a man who has wakened out of his sleep and said to me, what do you see? I said, I see and behold a lampstand of all gold with a bowl on the top of it and 7 lamps on it, with 7 lips on each of the lamps that are on top of it. There are 2 olive trees by it, one on the right of the bowl, the other on the left. Okay, and I said to the angel who talked with me, what are these, my Lord? Then the angel who talked with me answered and said, do you not know who these are? I said, no, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel. Now catch what he says here. Not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord of hosts. Where have we heard that before? It's from Hosea 1, verse 7. And this is the chapter where God forsakes his people. He calls them Lo Ami, not my people. And it talks about the restoration of the people of God, Israel, corporate. What the point is that when the angel and the prophet, again, have this conversation, this is a vision, by the way, so that it's a heavenly vision, all right? And we've seen elsewhere that the eyes of the Lord, again, these 7 are the eyes of the Lord, the chapter goes on, that range through the whole earth, and the 2 olive trees on the left of the lampstand. It's all part of the same vision. The eyes of the Lord are the members of the divine council. Remember, we had this about the heavenly books and so on and so forth. This is a heavenly vision with heavenly things, heavenly creatures, supernatural beings. And then we get this reference to the restoration by the Spirit of the people of God. It's language, not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit. It's language in Zechariah drawn from Hosea chapter 1, which is the restoration of the people of God. It's not 2 individual guys. It's something bigger than that. The 2 sons of oil represent, heavenly people of God. Okay, the redeemed people of God. Okay, let's just put that in our heads here. Going back to Daniel 12, the extra time added for future hopes, okay, that we read about. We're not concerned with the stuff that's already past history that is associated with Hanukkah, the 2300 days. We're concerned about the other stuff. Let's just do some imagining here. Let's just do, a little bit out of the box thinking. We today, as believers, okay, we're going to try to think symbolically here. We today, as believers, are not looking for the restoration of a literal temple cult, a literal temple again. Why? Because we believe that the book of Hebrews is correct. Sacrifices will not come back if Christ's high priestly work is sufficient for all believers. It either is or it isn't. His atoning death covered all people yet future to that death. When Jesus died, 30 some AD or whatever, his death was sufficient for you and me listening to, and doing this podcast. Okay, his death covered all people yet future. It makes zero sense to say it atoned for us, but not people living in the millennium. Makes no sense at all. And it creates a contradiction with the book of Hebrews. That's at this point where I've heard people say, well, the sacrifices will explain to Jewish people what Jesus did. And so all this prophecy stuff in Revelation 11 requires that the temple be rebuilt, even if the temple was destroyed. I mean, we know it was, and we don't really care necessarily how that affects or doesn't affect. People will say that when the book was written, it doesn't give us an absolute answer. Okay, it doesn't. But the temple's gone now, so we need a new temple and a new cult, and then all these things that John and Daniel talked about in the original vision about the abomination of desolation. That requires a temple. Okay, it requires a temple. And why do we need a temple? Well, it's going to explain to Jewish people what Jesus did, and the sacrifices are going to come back, and temple. Now, of course, the temple might get rebuilt, but my position is that it has nothing to do with a prophecy. There's nothing requiring the temple. Why? Because the book of Hebrews is right. It makes no sense for us as believers. We're talking about the return of Jesus. We're not talking about the first arrival of some Messiah that isn't Jesus, okay? We're talking about the second coming, the return of Jesus. If the death of Jesus was sufficient, the book of Hebrews, says it is, then we do not need or we shouldn't even look for the temple system to come back. It makes no sense to say it'll explain to Jewish people what Jesus did. You know why? Because Jewish people today come to the Lord all the time. They don't need the temple restored. They don't need the sacrificial system restored. You know what they need? They need you to hand them a New Testament. They need you to present the gospel. That's how they come to the Lord. Well, I'd love to witness to you and lead you to Christ, but first we have to have this temple rebuilt. And then when you watch us kill an animal, then you'll understand. It's just absurd. But I hear it a lot. It's absurd. Jewish people come to the Lord every day without any of this. So let's just try to kind of throw out of our heads this thing that we think is needed for the abomination stuff to happen, for the two witnesses to happen, the measuring of the temple court and all this stuff. What if the two witnesses simply refer to the people of God? Okay, let's just go from that point and just kind of see where would that leave us? Now, Jews of Jesus' day, of course, they would have considered Daniel's 70 weeks and all this stuff, the abomination, to have already happened. Back in Antiochus, he was a jerk. But Jesus alludes to the abomination being yet future. We all know this from Matthew 24. So it might sound to some like Jesus' own prediction of the abomination yet to come was fulfilled in 70 AD. Well, if that's the case, why didn't Jesus return then? Because the abomination and the return of the Son of Man are linked in Matthew 24:29. It says immediately after, the abomination, the Lord's going to come. It doesn't say eons later. It says immediately after. Go look it up. So that doesn't really seem to be 70 AD doesn't really seem to be the reference point there. Otherwise, how did we miss the second coming? Let's ask another question. Does abomination really mean the destruction of the temple? See, everybody sort of assumes that the abomination requires a literal temple, and the temple is going to get desecrated and, maybe destroyed because, look at what Antiochus did. He's the type of the Antichrist. Well, he is, but you know what? He didn't destroy the temple. So how can 70 AD, the destruction of the temple, be a reenactment of the abomination? Why not just defile it instead of destroy it? Again, my point is that maybe 70 AD doesn't really work for a great reenactment, even though some think it does. Is there any reason to take Revelation 11 as pointing to, more to the eschaton than 70 AD, like beyond 70 AD? So let's read Revelation 11. Go back there. We have a few minutes left here. Revelation 11, 15 through 19. Now just listen to the language. This is the rest of Revelation 11 after you get through the two witness stuff, that's the part everybody reads. But the seventh trumpet is 15 through 19. Now just listen to this. Then the seventh angel blew his trumpet, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ." Well, that certainly didn't happen in 70 AD. And he shall reign forever and ever. This sounds like end of the world. This is one of the outcomes of the day of the Lord. And the 24 elders who sit on their thrones before God fell on their faces and worshiped God, saying, "We give thanks to you, Lord God Almighty, who is and who was, for you have taken your great power and begun to reign. The nations raged, but your wrath came." Remember the nations? Why do the nations rage? Psalm, 2 and all this kind of stuff. Some of these early psalms, these messianic psalms. The nations raged, John says, Revelation 11:18, but your wrath came, and the time for the dead to be judged. It's the day of the Lord. It's final judgment stuff. And for rewarding your servants, the prophets and the saints and those who fear your name, both small and great, and for destroying the destroyers of the earth. There would be your human and your supernatural, the fallen gods, getting what they deserve. Again, it's day of the Lord language. Then God's temple in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant was seen within his temple. There were flashes of lightning, rumblings, peals of thunder, and an earthquake and heavy hail. It's Sinai imagery all over again. God making a covenant with his people. Okay, this tying together the things that are happening now with the moment when God created his people anew, bringing them out of Egypt. Let's try to think bigger, try to think more abstractly. Again, this is obviously Day of the Lord stuff. It's not 70 AD. It's something far future, okay? So in Revelation, 11, let's go back to the numbers. You get these 1,260 days, the two witnesses, all this kind of stuff. What if again, the two witnesses represent the people of God and their opposition to the Gentiles overrunning the outer court by prophesying, speaking for God, of course. What if that, mimics the earlier in Daniel's day, or, at least Daniel's textual day, what he's describing in Daniel 8 through 11. That's what I'm trying to say. What if that's mimicking the intertestamental national Jewish opposition to the defilement, in the Maccabean period? That is, they resisted paganism back then. They resisted persecution, of their temple. They're protecting sacred space. Maybe our time or a future time, maybe this is about resisting the same thing, but in terms of the church, which is Christ's body, which is the temple of God. This is New Testament theology. Temple of God, body of Christ. Okay? But who do the two witnesses represent then? Again, I would say they need to be understood in tandem with Revelation 12. Let's go read Revelation 12, 13 through 17. When the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to the earth, he pursued the woman. Remember the woman giving birth in Revelation 12? The woman is Israel because she's giving birth to the Messiah. Okay. He pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child, and the woman was given the two wings of the great eagle so that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness, to the place where she is to be nourished for a time and times and half a time. By the way, the two wings reference there, it's a reference back to Exodus 19. You yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, how I bore you on eagle's wings. Again, Israel, people of God, born on eagle's wings. Here you go, Israel's the woman here. The serpent poured out water like a river out of his mouth after the woman to sweep her away with a flood. Wants to get rid of them with water. Wonder what that sounds like. But the earth came to the help of the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the river that the dragon had poured from his mouth. Then the dragon became furious with the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her offspring. Who's the rest of Israel's offspring? Is it ethnic Jews only? Or is it the children of Abraham who are also Gentiles? In other words, is it the church? Well, I think the next line kind of qualifies that. Let me read the whole verse. Then the dragon became furious with the woman and went off to make war on the rest of her offspring, on those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. Okay, your unbelieving ethnic Jew does not hold to the testimony of Jesus. So what I'm suggesting is if you take the language of Revelation 12, the persecution of Israel, and really even bigger than Israel, the people of God who follow Jesus, and they're linked to this 1260-day stuff and the times, and half a time stuff in Revelation 12, maybe we should look in Revelation 11 for the same language and define the two witnesses as the people of God. Again, symbolically. And you know what's really cool? If you loop the Zadokite calendar into this, here's the last thought for the day. If you loop the Zadokite calendar into this, remember how the extra days that you go from 1260 to 1290 to 1335, the last one ends with the Shavuot feast. Okay, it's the Feast of Weeks. What's the Feast of Weeks celebrate in the Old Testament? The Feast of Weeks celebrated when the harvest had been brought in. Remember the Gospels? The fields are white unto harvest. In other words, this calendar ends when all believers are gathered. The gathering of believers, the harvest is accomplished. The fullness of the Gentiles is complete. And the Gentiles are the children of Abraham, according to Galatians 3. What if that's how we're supposed to read Revelation 11? Again, I'm going to can it there. I realize, again, this is a long episode. It's dense, and that's intentional. All of this is speculation. Even informed speculation is speculation. Okay, so let's be honest. I'm hoping we learn something, though, more general. Okay, skip the mind-numbing chronological calendar details. I did that deliberately to show you how dense and granular this gets. And I didn't even get into Boccaccini's math, okay, for the whole period. What I want you to learn is prophetic material is deeply complex and ultimately ambiguous at points. So again, if you have prophecy books on your shelf that don't get into these weeds, don't get into the Second Temple context and the calendar and all this stuff, throw them away. They are not data-driven, at least they're not as data-driven as they could be. In the end, there's no precision, there's no precise clarity by design. So we're looping all the way back to Mike's view of prophecy, which is it was cryptic the first time, intentionally, and it's going to work the same way the second time around, by design. We don't want cosmic enemies being able to just look up in a passage what God intends to do and how he intends to do it, do we? That makes their job too easy. That is not the way it worked the first time around, and it ain't going to be the way it works the second time around. So I just want to give you a sense for how deep the rabbit hole can go. And if we take that away from this episode, I'll consider that mission accomplished. There are lots of ways you can think about this. Let's try, at least in part, to think about Zechariah 4, which loops back to Hosea 1, the people of God. Who are the people of God now? According to Revelation 12, it's the children of the woman who is Israel, who follow the testimony of Jesus. Okay? So again, just trajectories that you can think about. It's all speculation as to how it all will play out. I fully acknowledge that. But maybe it's a bit of it's more meaty. It's more substantial speculation as far as trying to attach these things to the text. So next time we're going to get into Revelation 12. We're not going to repeat the astronomy stuff because we can do that. We did that in a separate episode, but I'll remind you of that when we get to the next episode, Revelation 12. And we will get through that. But this is, again, the thought trajectory for both this chapter and the next chapter that I'm going to take.
Yeah, I enjoy the down the rabbit hole episodes. And so just to sum up again, you're saying the two witnesses could be God's people, right?
Yes.
Why not just say my witnesses then? Why put a number to it? You know, that's just to be more cryptic, is what you're saying?
The numbers are to loop back to Daniel, okay? And if you remember, and you know, how can we remember? Because it's just so dense.
Yeah.
The numbers in Daniel, some of the numbers refer to the Maccabean period when Antiochus is alive and doing his thing, defiling the temple. The other ones are rooted in the resurrection of the dead at the last day. The three numbers that are rooted in Daniel to the resurrection are the 1260, the 1290, and the 1335. And the 1260 is what John plays off on. And if you add, again, if you do the math that Boccaccini suggests, it takes you into the first added 30 days takes you to to Passover. So isn't that interesting? We've got the 1260 mentioned by John. Passover is what? Passover is about what? It's about Jesus. Jesus is our Passover lamb. And you know, when the Lord comes back at the day of the Lord, you know what we're going to be doing? We're going to be having a feast. It's the marriage supper of the Lamb. So again, it's a way of aligning something like the marriage supper, the meal with God, by adding those 30 days. Now we have 1290. We have the 1290 in Daniel, and we have the marriage supper of the Lamb in the book of Revelation. And then if you add the extra days more, you come out to the Feast of Weeks in the Israelite calendar, or the Feast of Tabernacles. No, how about Feast of Weeks? Which again is the time when you commemorate that the harvest has been brought in. It's done. The work is done. Which is where Daniel 11 and 12 leaves us. It leaves us right at the moment of the resurrection, the punishment of the wicked, those who destroy the earth, they're annihilated. Conceptually, you can see how this works. But again, there isn't a set of verses that say, okay, here's how you put this language together with Daniel. The best it can do is suggest it. And so that's where we're left. You know, have we guessed correctly? Have we connected dots correctly or not? And you know, that we're never going to come out with the answer to knowing with precision whether we've aligned things with complete accuracy or not. And that's just the nature of the whole enterprise.
Nature of the beast.
No pun intended, right?
Okay, well,
I don't want to touch that one.
All right, Mike. Well, with that, I want to thank everybody for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. God bless.
Thanks for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit www.nakedbibleblog.com. To learn more about Dr. Heiser's other websites and blogs, go to www.drmsh.com.
You're listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, go to nakedbiblepodcast.com and click on the support link in the upper right-hand corner. If you're new to the podcast and Dr. Heiser's approach to the Bible, click on New Start Here at nakedbiblepodcast.com.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 382, Revelation 12. I'm the layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Michael Heiser. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Well, not a whole lot. Maybe I shouldn't say that. You know, I took some abuse on social media, so I guess that's new.
Oh yeah, what happened there?
I don't know if you saw that. Well, a podcast I was on sent me a shirt, Blurry Creatures, and it had a picture of an eye on it. So now I'm a Mason. I think I'm a Mason or an Illuminatist or something like that. So it'll go on my resume at my application for the Illuminati, for sure.
We have an eye for the Paranormal logo, so I mean.
Oh, I know.
I don't know.
But the people with these steel trap minds, who are thinking that I'm some occultist now. They never actually noticed that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. My question though is if you think about the paranormal eye, the quote unquote eye of God, it's been artistically styled, of course, but it's that astronomical photo, the eye of God, with I guess it's a galaxy or something in the shape of an eye. My question is, how did the Masons get those stars to line up like that? Like, how'd they get them out there? And then how'd they create the eye in deep space?
Aliens.
That's
Mike.
impressive.
Come on. No, aliens. Come on.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. They're in league with the aliens.
Exactly.
Gosh, I hope the Illuminati test doesn't have that question on, or else I'd fail. But anyway, we're still working on it. Still working on the application.
Yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating. Out of all these years, I mean, gosh, and they still, just when anybody just doesn't understand anything in context now, frustrates me, especially, they take the stuff out of context and they don't take time to understand anything and they make assumptions or they write a review about your book and they don't, get the full picture. It's just frustrating.
Yeah. So in the last month, I found out I was an amillennialist and a Freemason. So I'm having a good month,
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe we should get a monk costume, like a robe or something, or with a hood, and put it on one of the pugs, and then he could be a Jesuit, Pugnacious Loyola. Maybe that'll help. Judd Burton suggested that. I thought that was a great idea.
Yeah, that's perfect. For us in the know, it is funny, but it just frustrates me. People are going to take that out of context and spin it, to make something that's just not true. It absolutely gets me frustrated. I've had to just calm down about stuff like that. And I really want to engage, but I don't engage purposefully, Mike, at anything.
Believe me, I want to engage because I could just mock it all day long and it would just be so much fun. It would take up, it's not a good use of time. So
yeah. And it's not good for your blood pressure. So
no, it might be good for mine because it would be so much fun, but it's still not a good use of time. I think the Lord probably would rather have to do something else. But
I do enjoy when our listeners take up the sword and they'll fight the good fight. You listeners out there, if you see it, feel free to engage. That's good. So.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I'll get some good laughs out of that too. So that might be worth it. It's worth it if it's funny. You got to have a little fun every day.
Yeah, that would be our advice. If you're going to engage, keep it funny. Don't turn it hateful.
Yeah. That's not what the Lord would want you to do either. So,
well, Mike,
what can we say?
Revelation 12. There's some stuff in this chapter,
right? So we move from Mike's a Freemason to astral theology. Dun 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 dun. No, actually, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to go into the astronomical, astrotheological stuff for Revelation 12 in this episode because we already did that way back in episode 138, which was actually that uploaded December 25th, 2016, which was sort of a tongue-in-cheek date to put that up. Most of the listeners are going to know that I think that the astral imagery of Revelation 12 is intentional and meaningful. And so I think if this wasn't my idea. I mean, I'm getting this from earlier writers and so on and so forth. But if you plug that into an astronomy program and you match that with the whole Matthew 2 thing, the Star of Bethlehem, what you get is you get a date for Jesus' birthday, and it's not December 25th, which of course basically everybody knows that December 25th is an artificial date anyway. But if you want to know all that stuff as it relates to Revelation 12, go back and listen to episode 138. And to get the date, to get, again, some good scholarly sources that address, different aspects of that date and presumed problems, with the date, so on and so forth. You can get that back there. So we're not going to repeat that. Today we're going to pick up essentially with Revelation 12, verse 6, once we get past that imagery, and then tie this in with Revelation 11, I guess in terms of a strategy. And we're going to start Revelation 12:6, and I'm going to just sort of summarize things as the content of Revelation 12:6 and following sort of coincides with or works in tandem with Revelation 11. And when we sort of go through this long summary that I'm going to have here, then we'll go back into Revelation 12 again, beginning in verse 6, and sort of drill down on a few particulars, a few specific things in the passage. So Revelation 12:6 says, "The woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God in which she is to be nourished for 1,260 days." On the last episode, we talked about the context for a lot of these numbers, and again, it was intentionally kind of mind-numbing because I want people to realize how complicated this is. These numbers have a meaning in their original context, which in this case, going back to the book of Daniel, where you get this 1260 or 3.5 years, and you get 1290 and 1335 in Daniel. So we talked about all these numbers and what calendar these numbers make sense in, the 360 days, specifically the Zadokite calendar. So we did all of that. And along the way, I made the comment about the woman here in Revelation 12:6, because we're trying to link the 1260 in Revelation 12 with some of the numerical language of Revelation 11. And so we spent some time doing that in the last episode to show that these two passages operate in tandem, and so therefore they ought to be interpreted in light of each other. Okay, let one chapter assist us in interpreting the other chapter. So the woman, I said in the last episode, was Israel. Yeah, I'm just going to go through sort of a running summary of a little bit from last week, tying it into Revelation 12, working through Revelation 12, and then we'll drill down on specifics and provide some data or some evidence, from the Old Testament for what you're going to hear here. So the woman, I said, was Israel, and the 1,260 days operates in tandem with the same number in Revelation 11:2. That's where it occurs. And I suggested earlier in that last episode that as Revelation 12:6 is really, descriptive of the persecution of Israel, the people of God. When I say Israel, think people of God here. So Revelation 12:6, the woman, i.e., Israel, the people of God, flee into the wilderness because Israel is the one who gives birth to the Messiah. We know this isn't Mary because there's no New Testament account of Mary like being persecuted and having run into the wilderness, okay? So this is figurative for Israel, people of God, under persecution in the days following the birth, the death, the resurrection, and of course the ascension of Jesus. So since it's connected with Jesus, it's not just broadly Israel, the people of God, but it's going to sort of narrow to believers. Now that there's a debate among scholars whether, we ought to think of the woman as believing Jews plus Gentiles who are the seed of Abraham, according to Paul. And again, Revelation is the last book here. So we've had this, we have a sort of an accumulative theology built up before we even get to Revelation. So it's fair, again, to see Israel, through the lens of some of these other books in the New Testament. So there's a debate whether the Israel here is the true Israel, quote unquote, ethnic Jew plus Gentile, everybody's a follower of Jesus, or if we should sort of divide it up into ethnic Jew just generally, regardless of whether they accept Jesus as Messiah, plus the church. Okay, so let's just set that aside for the moment. We're going to talk in broad language here. So we have the woman fleeing, after the death and the birth, or the birth and the death and the resurrection, ascension of Jesus, the child of Revelation 12, again, who is birthed in the chapter in Revelation 12, but also described as being caught up to God and to his throne, again, which is a reference to Jesus' ascension, the ascension of the Messiah. So Revelation 11:2, on the other hand, that has this numerical language, that has the people of God, symbolized both by the temple language and the two witnesses under persecution. So what I'm suggesting is To look at Revelation 11:2, like we did last time, we spent our time in Revelation 11. We wonder, well, what's the temple thing there, and the two witnesses? What are they? I'm suggesting that if we link the number there to the number in Revelation 12, we find out that we should interpret these things symbolically. That the two witnesses are the people of God. The temple also speaks of the people of God because the temple, which is His body, the body of Christ, which is the temple, which is us. Again, all these New Testament threads tying together. So the point is that if you take Revelation 11:2 and 12:6 together, linked by the 1260-day reference, then the following elements can sort of be listed and interpreted in tandem. Temple courts being trampled by the Gentiles. Okay, that's a reference to Gentile persecution of the people of God. You have the two witnesses who oppose the Gentile trampling. They preach against it and ultimately succumb to their oppression, but are raised after 3 days. So what's up with that? Again, you've got this, essentially, you've got opposition to persecution, and basically the people of God who are under persecution are going to suffer under it, but they're not going to be left for dead. That sort of thinking. The woman who feels persecution, who is supernaturally rescued in language used to describe Israel's supernatural rescue at the Exodus, is part of that. So this notion about the two witnesses, the people of God, being raised up after 3 days, I'm suggesting, again, this isn't unique to me. This is in a lot of commentaries, that if we go over to Revelation 12 and we look at the woman and try to sort of align the messaging, what we get here is we have to notice that in the flight of the woman is supernaturally delivered. And there's actually a quote that we'll see a little bit later from Exodus 19 that ties Revelation 12, verse 6, the flight of the woman, back to the Exodus. Okay, and so you have a supernatural deliverance, and that would make sense in the language in chapter 11 of the 3 days, the resurrection, and being snatched from death and alive. Okay, now the wild card with all that, though, is John is writing post Jesus, so he and his followers are, of course, included in the Israel imagery. That's pretty obvious. Offspring of the woman, Israel, are those who, in Revelation 12, verse 17, those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus, unquote. So it's very clearly followers of Jesus, okay, the church. Now, as I mentioned before, the question is, does that refer to the church alone, composed of ethnic children of Abraham who believe in Jesus, and Gentiles who believe in Jesus, who are theologically called the seed of Abraham elsewhere in the New Testament, like Galatians 3? Or do we have a reference here to ethnic Old Covenant Jews and then New Covenant Jesus followers, like in separate groups? Again, that's one of those things that scholars will wrangle over. The first one makes more sense to me. That is, what we have here in the Israel imagery is the church, composed of ethnic children of Abraham who believe in Jesus. They are believers, and then Gentiles who believe in Jesus, who are the spiritual seed of Abraham. And the reason I think that one makes more sense is because of Revelation 12, verses 10 and 11. I'll just read that. Revelation 12:10 says this, "And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, 'Now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come.'" Okay, for the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down. It's a reference to the dragon or Satan, who accuses them day and night before our God. Verse 11, "And they have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, for they loved not their lives even unto death." It's very clear reference to the inauguration of the kingdom of God triggered by the work of the Messiah. So if that's the context for the Israel being persecuted here, it makes more sense to me anyway to say these are followers of Jesus, because in verse 17, that's what you've got. The offspring of the women are, quote, those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. All right. They are a new Israel, okay, defined in New Testament terms. Doesn't, negate Jewish presence in there. It doesn't negate an eschatological role for national Israel or anything like that. I mean, I've beaten this drum, repeatedly on this podcast. I don't like any of the systems. So I've said very plainly that I don't think supersessionism is the way to go. I think it says too much. I think it overstates the data. The other side, I think, understates the data, the continuity here between, or the composition of the church as a new Israel, not the new Israel, but a new Israel. Because Israel ethnically, I mean, Paul did write Romans 9 through 11, okay? That he's still concerned about his countrymen. The same guy that said that Gentiles are now children of Abraham is still concerned for his ethnic brethren and their conversion and their destiny out there in the future. They're reawakening after the fullness of the Gentiles is accomplished. I mean, there's still a destiny out here for national Israel of something, okay? So, that's what I think is going on with Revelation 11 and 12. Now, the question is, when, whatever this stuff that's described, when is this going to happen, or did it happen? And again, the timing issue is a big deal, because again, the systems that try to approach the book of Revelation, they're going to land somewhere on the when question. And again, this is just me talking now. I think all the systems are a little bit too sure about their answer to the when question. I think that this is a bit more open, a bit more elastic than either side sort of likes to admit. But a few thoughts here. Let's ask ourselves some obvious questions. Were Jews or Jesus followers rescued in 70 AD in a manner like unto the miraculous deliverance from Egypt? In other words, when we get the woman fleeing into the wilderness who is snatched up, like she gets eagle's wings. Okay, that's the Exodus 19, reference. When did that happen to the Jews in 70 AD? In the aftermath of the temple destruction? I don't think it did. I mean, what are you going to point to? So the content here of Revelation 12 doesn't really align very well with the idea that what's being described here is only about events of 70 AD. This is a significant missing element, okay? So if it doesn't sort of get its fulfillment in 70 AD, so that would suggest there's a more distant future persecution and deliverance yet to come. Kind of like some other aspects of prophecy. You have sort of an act and then a reenactment. You have this repetitive cycles in Scripture of prophetic things. You've got the already but not yet thing working. So I don't think we can pin this, to 70 AD, because I don't know when the Jews got miraculously delivered from the Romans. It seems like the opposite happened, okay? So it seems more coherent in light of the 70 AD problems in Revelation 12:10 to see this persecution and deliverance as operating on an already but not yet continuum. Again, this is my perspective here, and I think it's consistent with lots of other passages and lots of other themes, in eschatology. What I mean by that is, for sure, after the ascension of Christ, okay, Acts chapter 1, think of that. After the ascension of Christ, the kingdom and authority of Christ came, okay, Great Commission wording, all powers, all authorities given to me in heaven and on earth. We have the new covenant, inaugurated at Pentecost. I mean, all these things are happening. We have the kingdom, in Revelation 12's language, we have the kingdom. Let me go back to verse 10 and just read it again to you. The kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come. Okay, for the accuser of our brothers has been thrown down. So for sure this stuff's happening. And for sure Satan's claim over people as Lord of the dead ended when the kingdom begins. Now my view, and this from Unseen Realm, is that this is either proleptically foreshadowed in Luke 10, or Luke 10 marks the beginning. I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. I take that as sort of a legal, if I can use that terminology, a judgment on Satan, basically telegraphing the idea that if you are a member of Christ's kingdom, which we're starting now because I'm sending out the 70, giving them power over demonic forces and so on and so forth. If you're a member of Christ's kingdom, Satan has no claim on you. He can flap his gums all he wants to. Because if you're a member of Christ's kingdom, you will have everlasting life. Death no longer has dominion over you. Okay, he has no power over you. He has no authority over you. You are a member of Christ's body and his kingdom. Okay? So that language here in Revelation 12, again, is I think working in tandem with Luke chapter 10 and some other passages too. So for sure, Satan has no ownership over, he can't bring any meaningful accusation against anyone who's part of the kingdom of God. So that for sure that's the case. And also for sure, believers were persecuted. Okay, all these things are transparent, and neither the kingdom nor the opposition ended in 70 AD. This is my point. Okay, if this kingdom stuff precedes 70, and it has to, I think, with Luke 10 and a few other things, Paul's statement in Colossians, we have been translated into the kingdom of his dear son. Okay, if the kingdom is around conceptually prior to 70 AD, well then we would expect if 70 AD is the culmination of prophecy or something like that it would go away or be altered or something. Or there'd be this miraculous deliverance on the other side of it. And we don't have that. So there must be a future day of the Lord. There must be a future persecution. There must be a future deliverance. And there will be a future kingdom consummation. So these images in Revelation 11 and 12, again, I'm taking together in tandem that they describe the persecution of the people of God, in what they certainly imagined to be, the last times. But the way it worked out was, we don't have the fulfillment of all these things at that time, at that historical time in 70 AD. The day of the Lord context, you go back to Revelation 11, okay, verses 15 through 19, you get all this Sinai imagery, the flashing lightning and all this kind of stuff. Well, again, all of those things, the Sinai imagery we've seen before in the book of Revelation. We've seen plenty of the antecedents for those things in the Old Testament. It's day of the Lord imagery, it's judgment imagery, so on and so forth. And the Lord will return to earth, will come to earth. Christ will return and punish the wicked and vindicate his own people and rescue them, on into, the eternal state, the new heavens, the new earth, the new Jerusalem, and all these things that we're familiar with. So I think all of that is actually fairly clear. But the mystery here is the timing, again, which is related to the number of days. So how does this futuristic stuff relate to these numbers? Because the numbers sort of look specific, And in discussing Revelation 11 last time, I suggested, based on the observations of Boccaccini, okay, we read long sections of his article. The suggestion is that Daniel 12 gives us the when answer in association with those numbers. And so this is why he argued that Daniel situates the 1260 days, which is the same as saying a time and a times and a half time, 3.5 years. That's 1260 days by, again, a very specific calendar. And then the 1290 is adding a solar month, 30 days to it. And then the 1335 is adding another solar month plus a half solar month, 45 more days, and you get 1335. And at the conclusion of the 1335, you have, that's the time of the very end, you have that takes us in the book of Daniel to the general resurrection. After the day of the Lord, this is when everything ends. This is the end of days. So again, there's day of the Lord stuff in Revelation 11. There's day of the Lord stuff in Revelation 12. There's certainly day of the Lord stuff in the book of Daniel that links back into this. And why don't we just read? We've actually covered a little bit of this in earlier episodes of the podcast when we get to when we talked about phrases like great tribulation and how it links back to Daniel. But let me just read Daniel 12 so that you can see how Daniel 12, lo and behold, sounds like stuff in Revelation 11 and 12, because this is where he's getting it. This is where John's getting it. So here's Daniel 12, starting in verse 1. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince who has charge of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. Let me just stop there. We referenced Daniel 12:1 in earlier episodes of the podcast, where we had phrases like great tribulation, or again, this unprecedented time of trouble. And we talked about the linguistic connections between those phrases in Revelation and here in Daniel 12:1. So this language isn't used very often, but here it is, and here's the specific point. This great tribulation language in Daniel is not linked to the beginning of a 7-year period. It's linked to a time that will coincide, the end of it, when it's over, with the general resurrection of the dead. Okay, essentially the great white throne, idea. So that alone, sort of, impinges upon traditional premillennial systems. In my view, it does not rule out the return of Christ and the rule of Christ literally on earth, because I think that's really talking about the new earth, not a 1,000-year millennium according to, again, some of these systems. So that's why I'm conceptually, I'm aligned with a premillennial thought. The return of Christ is on earth. The nations will be reclaimed on earth in real time and all this sort of stuff. So I'm with it. But the 1,000 years is too limited because, again, I think the better view is that what happens after this time of great trouble and the day of the Lord, the return of Christ, is we get the new heavens and new earth. And when we get to Revelation 20, because people are used to reading Revelation as a linear chronology, and they're going to think Revelation 20 interferes with that and so on and so forth. Well, again, according to one system of thought, it does, but according to other systems of thought, it doesn't at all. So it just depends. But I'm not an amillennialist, okay? Contrary to this reviewer, that I mentioned at the beginning of this episode, who reviewed my Demons book. No, I'm not an amillennialist, friend. Okay, you can't say what I just said and be an amillennialist. I don't define the kingdom as some ethereal, eternal state that isn't happening in real time on Earth. Wrong. Okay, but I'm not using the vocabulary that a premillennialist would be sort of intimately familiar with. Okay, it's a little bit of. It's an already but not yet thing in operation, and the final culmination is, Eden returns to Earth like right here, not somewhere out in outer space or something. Okay, it's here on the planet made new. Hit the reset button for Eden and all that sort of thing. So, back to Revelation or Daniel 12. So Daniel, again, is told Michael will arise. There shall be a time of trouble such as been unprecedented. But at that time, he says, your people shall be delivered. So there's that deliverance language again, okay? Your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. Again, here's that general resurrection thing. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the sky above, and those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. This is our glorification. Okay? But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, 2 others stood, one on this bank of the stream and one on that bank of the stream. And someone said to the man clothed in linen, which we've talked about before, who was above the waters of the stream, how long shall it be till the end of these wonders? And I heard the man clothed in linen who was above the waters of the stream. He raised his right hand and his left hand toward heaven and swore by him who lives forever that it would be for a time, times, and a half a time. And that when the shattering of the power of the holy people comes to an end, again, when this persecution comes to an end, all these things would be finished. And it comes to the end at a times and a half, 1,260 days. This is where the numbers come from. Verse 8, I heard, but I did not understand. And I said, O Lord, what shall be the outcome of these things? He said, go your way, Daniel, for the words are shut up and sealed until the time of the end. Many shall purify themselves and make themselves white and be refined, but the wicked shall act wickedly. And none of the wicked shall understand, but those who are wise shall understand. And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away, and the abomination that makes desolate is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1,335 days. But go your way till the end, and you shall rest and shall stand in your allotted place at the end of days. I recall from Boccaccini again, the 2 verses here that he fixates on are the verses 11 and 12. From the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away and the abomination that makes desolate is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. So that's something, again, do we have here this abomination thing as the trigger point, and then we go 1,260 days plus 30, 1,200. That's what it seems like. And then the real blessing comes with an extra 45 days, this 1,335. And again, I realize this sort of flies in the face of eschatological systems, but I don't really care, because this is, we're trying to align, Revelation with Daniel, and we're trying to take the calendar that Daniel's thinking about and situate it in its Jewish context. And we're not trying to situate it in the context of an eschatological system. So the assumption is that the day of the Lord clock starts ticking when the abomination happens. Then it's 1,260 days plus 30 more. Now, Boccaccini says he actually starts talking about Passover at this point, if you remember the last episode. He links this extra 30 days to Passover. Well, why? it's because he apparently presumes that this 3.5 years completes the last 7-year week or cycle in the 360-day calendar. Passover would be in the first month of like the next year. Okay, so this Passover, in his thinking, apparently, is something that happens after the close of this last, cycle. Okay, it brings it to an end. And now this Passover, in his thinking, accounts for the next, spilling into the next 30-day month, again, in the solar calendar. Now, for Christians, this would be the marriage supper of the Lamb, marriage supper of the Lamb, Passover. Okay, this is like a heavenly Passover thing, because Jesus is the Passover Lamb. So, if we were plugging this into sort of more familiar language, you've got the abomination, you've got 1260 days, then that's going to spill over, into the marriage supper of the Lamb, and then 45 more days after that. That takes you to 1335. Now you've got, again, the glorification of the believer. You have the great white throne judgment, and everybody's resurrected, and to everlasting life or everlasting death. Okay, that's how this plays out, just in a reading. If you're following the Zadokite calendar logic that we talked about last time with Boccaccini. Again, this is all he's trying to do. He's not arguing for a particular eschatological system. He's trying to come up with an explanation for the numbers that makes sense in a calendar Daniel would have known and used. That's all he's doing. Now, what's interesting is if you go back and sort of look at the calendar, that extra 45 days brings us to the month wherein would occur the Feast of Shavuot, which we mentioned last time. That's the Feast of the Harvest, okay? Feast of Weeks. The harvest is complete. That festival in the Israelite calendar is something that would take place when the harvest was brought in. So in this system, if you want to call it a system, in this reconstruction, the 1335 signifies the harvest is now complete, which would make sense because now you've got the general resurrection. The end comes, okay, and the final resurrection, final judgment. Now, what's interesting is that if you're going by the old Israelite calendar, that's really close, the 45 days. It's really close to the marking of Pentecost, which would be 50 days. Now, Boccaccini doesn't really deal with this. I don't know if we need to care. Is it close enough? I mean, who knows? But if you're thinking Pentecost, it's almost like as the harvest was begun, speaking specifically of the fullness of the Gentiles at Pentecost, so it's going to end with another Pentecost. But this one will be the big Pentecost. Now, I don't know if that's correct, again, because it doesn't quite align, but it's very suggestive. I'm just throwing it out there. So we have the ingathering of the nations being complete. And the book of Revelation, by the way, after the great white throne, ends with that line about the healing of the nations. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. Again, there are these things to think about, because what John's doing is he's linking his language back to Daniel. He's linking his language back to a sacred calendar, so on and so forth. And so this is how we're trying to contextualize what's going on in Revelation 11 and 12. So after this long persecution, the woman and her offspring are persecuted. They're going to be preserved, okay, at the end. And how are they delivered? Well, some are going to survive it, but some are going to be delivered. They're all going to get eternal life, everlasting life in the new, the new Eden, the new kingdom, the consummated kingdom. They're miraculously delivered. They're present at the marriage supper of the Lamb, and they go off into the New Jerusalem. So, again, these are big picture themes that we're talking about. Now, as a sidebar, we had an earlier episode 206, on the Feast of Booths, Sukkot, which again would follow in this reconstruction, by several months. Now, the Feast of Booths, ultimately, the reason we did this episode 206, was that there are 70 bulls mentioned in Numbers 29. And there were some that were arguing that these are offerings to the national gods, the 70 gods of the 70 nations, and so on and so forth. And I took objection with that. I think rather, according to Zechariah 14:16, Sukkot 70 bulls would be the time when the remnant of the Gentile nations celebrates Sukkot in Jerusalem. Okay, when they are reclaimed and now loyal to Yahweh. So maybe that follows as well. Maybe there's actually the celebration of the epic Sukkot by the Gentiles, regrafted into the family of God in the new earth. Maybe that's how we should be thinking about this, if we want to align it with some of these other calendrical things. It's speculation. We don't know this for sure. In Revelation, this would occur in the New Jerusalem, this ultimate Sukkot. Oh, the nations are back home, which is kind of an awesome image when you think about it. But the flip side of that is in the New Jerusalem, there's no sun. In other words, there's no time, there's no calendar. So like, how does this factor out? How does this figure out? Yes, Revelation 22 has the angel showed me the river of the water of life flowing from the throne of God, the Lamb in the middle of the street. We have the tree of life with its 12 kinds of fruit, yielding its fruit each month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. It's a really wonderful capstone image, but I can't sit here and tell you that this is absolutely the way these feasts and festivals are going to work out in relation to Daniel and in relation to the language of Revelation. You could build that case. I've sort of just sketched it here for you. But what we're trying to do, again, this series is the book of Revelation in the Old Testament. Okay, how does the Old Testament get used and repurposed here? And what my argument here is, again, building on the work of other people, it's not original to me, is that we need to take the language of Revelation 11 and 12, hook it back into Daniel to understand these numbers, and then try to sort of extrapolate accordingly. And when you do that, you come out with these are symbolic things, that the temple language in Revelation 11, the two witnesses language, the woman language of Revelation 12. This is symbolic for the persecution of the people of God who will ultimately be rescued supernaturally after a specific period of persecution, this 1,260 days. And then we have to go back to Daniel to think about the extra 30 days to get 1,290, and then 45 more to get 1,335. And so that the suggestion is Daniel 12 might actually give us sort of the chronology, the flow of events. And then you'd have to ask, well, what are the numbers? Why the 30 extra days? Boccaccini says, well, that's when they're going to be celebrating an eschatological Passover. And for Christians, that's the marriage supper of the Lamb. It's very obvious. And then the next 45 takes us to the resurrection, again, either to eternal life or eternal death. And we are glorified, we're brought into the New Jerusalem. And then, again, in theory, we have the mega Sukkot to celebrate the return of the nations into the family of God in the New Jerusalem, where they will now be followers of Yahweh. Okay, that doesn't really conform to any typical Christian eschatological system. I mean, people are going to talk about it, but then they're going to throw in, other certain assumptions, okay, that sort of are drawn from other theological systems. And if you want to do that, fine. My hope is that listeners will grab a hold of some of these ideas. And I'm not telling anybody to endorse or give up a system of end times. But what I'm saying is your system needs to sort of be rooted in an Old Testament Second Temple context. That's all. Now let's go back. That's my summary here. Let's go back and drill down into a few specific things. So Revelation 12, 6 and 13. This is the woman, again, who birthed the Messiah. So I'm going to read both of those verses so we have them in our heads. The woman fled into the wilderness where she has a place prepared by God in which she is to be nourished for 1,260 days. And then verse 13. And when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to the earth, he pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. Again, the male child, of course, harkens back all the way up in Revelation 12 to verse 5. She, the woman, gave birth to a male child, one who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. It's Jesus, it's the Messiah. But her child was caught up to God and his throne. Revelation 12:5 doesn't go through the whole history of Jesus. It doesn't talk about his ministry and the crucifixion and the resurrection. It skips all the way to the ascension, caught up to God and to his throne, because that's the seat of authority. Because a few verses later, he's going to say, in verses 11 and 12, okay, that the followers of the Lamb have conquered, the dragon by the blood of the Lamb, by the word of their testimony. Okay, there's victory here. We've got, again, this language of the kingdom, again, has come. All these sorts of things that are going to be mentioned later in the book. So there's a certain logic to it, but let's just spend a little time on the woman. I'm going to quote from Beale and McDonough here, actually several times while we finish up the episode here, during the rest of our time here, because they put things into a nice summary. This is from the commentary, the really massive commentary on the use of the Old Testament in the New Testament. And Beale and McDonough were the ones that wrote the section on Revelation. So they write this about this chapter. Okay, there are allusions in Revelation 12:2 to Old Testament metaphors representing Israel as a pregnant mother whose birth pangs refer to the suffering of her foreign captivity, with the imminent birth alluding to her future deliverance from foreign oppression and salvation, i.e. through the Messiah. By the way, this birth pangs being equated with foreign captivity, when the Messiah comes, the exile ends. Okay, that's what's going on with that imagery. And they reference here Isaiah 26, 17 and 18 in the Septuagint, Isaiah 66, 7 through 9, Micah 4, 9 and 10, Micah 5, 3 again. So we have the imminent birth alluding to her future deliverance from foreign oppression and salvation, where either, in these passages, you have either Judah or Jerusalem depicted, specifically as a woman in labor. So again, Isaiah 26, Isaiah 66, Micah 4, Micah 5. This image of Jerusalem as a woman in labor, ready to deliver, in association with, again, this, the captivity, the exile, okay, and the deliverance, and so on and so forth. Again, that's not coincidental. Okay, so we have an allusion by John to some of these Old Testament texts. Beale and McDonough say also noteworthy is Isaiah 51, 2 and 3, and verses 9 through 11, which speaks of Sarah who gave birth in pain, unquote, to her child, the woman Zion, whom God promised to comfort in all her desert places, redeeming her out of captivity, as he did at the Exodus when he, quote, cut Rahab in pieces and pierced the dragon. It's just interesting language in light of dragon, Revelation 12, the woman fleeing, getting miraculously delivered again. Beale and McDonough say, note also that Zion is viewed as a mother with seed. Okay, again, with child in Isaiah 54, 1 through 3, 61, 9 and 10, 65, 9, 65, 23, and Isaiah 66, 10 and 22. These prophetic texts, they write, themselves and Revelation 12:2 were inspired by Genesis 3, 15 and 16, where it is prophesied that Eve will bear in the pain of birth a future seed who will smite the head of the serpent, which of course in Revelation 12 refers to Christ as the fulfillment. The Qumran text 1QH, that's Qumran Hodayot, column 11, 7 through 12, makes use of similar imagery of a woman enduring the agonies of childbirth in order to bring forth a child who appears to be a messianic deliverer. So somebody at Qumran was tracking on the same thing that John winds up tracking on in Revelation 12. Let's go to Revelation 12:3, or back to Revelation 12:3. You have the dragon, again, the catalyst of persecution. Beale and McDonough write this. The imagery of the dragon is used throughout the Old Testament to represent evil kingdoms that persecute God's people. And this is in mind here. Dragon, drakon in Greek, is another word in the Old Testament for the sea monster that symbolizes wicked kingdoms that oppress Israel. It's the Leviathan chaos image, okay? And they write, often the wicked kingdom of Egypt is portrayed by this emblem. God is spoken of as defeating Pharaoh as a sea dragon at the Exodus deliverance and at later points in Egypt's history. Psalm 74, 13 and 14, Psalm 89, 10, Isaiah 30, verse 7, Isaiah 51, 9, Ezekiel 29, 3, Ezekiel 32, 2 and 3, Habakkuk 3, 8 through 15. And they also say, see Psalm 87:4, where Rahab is a synonym for Egypt. Rahab is one of the words in Psalm 89 for, again, the chaos monster. All right. Also see Jeremiah 51:34, where Babylon is the subject in the same context, and also Amos 9:3. So there's a lot going on here with dragon imagery and Babylon and Egypt, okay, the enemies of God, and so on and so forth. And the Egyptian connection is interesting because, again, the woman that's going to be delivered in Revelation 12, she's given eagle's wings. Again, that harkens back to the Exodus 19 passage. Again, what John's doing is he's describing something, but he's linking it back, again, to certain events and images back in the Old Testament. Beale and McDonough also write, the image of the dragon in Revelation 12:3 represents the devil, The confirmation of this is in verse 9, who instigates the evil kingdoms of the world to persecute God's people. So we're not forgetting the devil in all this. It's very clear language in Revelation 12. Now, of Revelation 12:6 again, in light of the dragon stuff and the flight of the wilderness, Beale and McDonough add this. The fleeing into the wilderness is an allusion both to Israel's exodus from Egypt. Again, think of the dragon and Egypt connection. And the anticipated end-time exodus, which was to occur during Israel's latter-day restoration from captivity. First, it refers to the time when Israel fled from Egypt into the wilderness and was protected and nourished by Yahweh. Okay? Again, think of the harvest. Think of the Sukkot. I mean, all these things. Again, this preservation motif. All right, God providentially preserving His people. The verses, that they have a whole grocery list of verses for, referring to when Israel fled from Egypt into the wilderness and was protected by Yahweh. Exodus 16:32, that's the manna passage. That one's obvious. But Deuteronomy 2:7, Deuteronomy 8:3, Deuteronomy 8:15 and 16, Deuteronomy 29:5. And again, there's a whole grocery list here. I'm not going to repeat them all. They write, the same pattern of fleeing into the wilderness is observable in the cases of Elijah, 1 Kings 17, 1 Kings 19, and Moses, Exodus 2:15. And they note here that Josephus, in his Antiquities, Volume 2, 256, notes the same connection. So the same pattern of fleeing into the wilderness is observable in the cases of Elijah and Moses, who symbolize the church in Revelation 11:5-6. Now let me stop there. Beale, he could have said the two witnesses who symbolize the church, again, which is what I've been saying, but he actually calls them Elijah and Moses. And he does that for sort of obvious reasons. Elijah was taken away and didn't die a natural death, and Moses is a little odder because Moses does die, at least according to the end of the Torah. He doesn't land on Enoch anyway. But anyway, he's just saying that the two witnesses, and where he lands as far as the Old Testament reference here, represent the church, the people of God. So we're at the same place there. But I'm not willing to be as specific as he is. So, you could build arguments for Elijah, Moses, and Enoch, but we're not going to worry about that right now because, again, it's all speculative. It's much easier to say that the two witnesses represent the people of God. Back to Beale and McDonough, they say the woman's flight into the wilderness also recalls the end-time exodus or restoration when Israel would return to faith in the Lord and again be protected and nourished by Him in the wilderness. Isaiah 32:15, 35:1, 40 verse 3, 41:18, 43:19 and 20. Again, the whole grocery list there. Judaism developed the belief that the Messiah would gather his people in the wilderness at the end time, partly on the basis of the aforementioned Old Testament eschatological texts, and especially by means of a typological interpretation of Israel's Exodus wilderness experience. This belief is reflected in the writings of Josephus, where there is an explicit identification of first-century messianic movements with the desert and Exodus themes. Again, Jewish Wars, Volume 2, 259-262, Jewish Wars, number 7, 438, Antiquities, 20. I mean, there's a bunch of Josephus references here. The association of the wilderness with zealots and similar groups probably is part of this larger messianic expectation, at least according to Josephus. Again, that's the trajectory he follows. Since here, this flight takes place immediately after the ascension of Christ, Revelation 12:5, the woman's representative function now extends beyond ethnic Israel to all those who call upon the name of the Lord, Christians. Again, that's Revelation 12:17. Again, so we're tracking on the same thing. Let's go to Revelation 12:13 and 14. This is the woman's deliverance in Exodus language. So here we'll get a few specifics. Beale and McDonough write this: the image of the woman flying with the two wings of a great eagle into the wilderness to a place of nourishment alludes to two Old Testament pictures and adopts them analogically, by analogy. First, 12:14 reflects the picture of God as an eagle protecting Israel in the wilderness, which is an allusion combining Exodus 19:4. Let me just read that. Exodus 19:4, which says, again, this is spoken to the people of Israel. You yourselves, God, this is from the mouth of God. You yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself, brought them to Sinai, where the scene is taking place. So Beale and McDonough say this. What John's doing is he's alluding to Exodus 19:4, but he's also combining that with Deuteronomy 1:31 to 33 and 32:10 through 15. Let's just read Deuteronomy 32. Here we are in Deuteronomy 32 again. So it says here, he, God, found him, Jacob, in a desert land and in the howling waste of the wilderness. He encircled him and cared for him. He kept him as the apple of his eye, like an eagle that stirs up its nest, that flutters over its young, spreading out its wings, catching them, bearing them up on its pinions. The Lord alone guided him. No foreign god was with him. He made him ride on the high places of the land. He ate the produce of the field. He suckled him with honey out of the rock and oil out of the flinty rock, so on and so forth. So it's God's protection using this eagle imagery. Beale and McDonough say this well-known image is also attested in the Psalms, where David repeatedly alludes to the Exodus figure by praying that God's wings will shelter him from persecutors and slanderers, the same protection needed by the woman in Revelation 12:13 through 17. Now, if you go to verse 14, let's go back to Revelation 12 here, pick up with one other thing. So Revelation 12:13 was when the woman, again, is being pursued. 14, the woman's given 2 wings that she might fly from the serpent into the wilderness, again to the place where she's nourished. And verse 15 has this: the serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman to sweep her away with a flood. But the earth came to the help of the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the river that the dragon had poured from its mouth. And the dragon became furious with the woman and went off to make war on the rest of her offspring and on those who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. So there's this water imagery and this swallowing imagery, the earth swallowing up and so on and so forth. So that comes from the Old Testament too. Beale and McDonough say the metaphor of an overflowing flood can have at least 3 ideas in the Old Testament. 1, an army spreading out to conquer a country. That's Daniel 11:10, also verses 22, 26, and 40. Sometimes as an indication of divine judgment. So the army spreads out. Sometimes it's in a judgment context. Psalm 88:7, Psalm 88:17, Isaiah 8:7 through 8, Isaiah 17:12 to 13. Again, there's a bunch. There's references in Jeremiah, Hosea, Micah, Nahum. I mean, this is pretty common. So that's the first idea. Army spreading out to conquer a country or to, be a tool of judgment. Number 2 is a more general reference to divine judgment, just more broadly. That's Psalm 32:6, Psalm 90 verse 5, and 3. It can also, this imagery, this overflowing flood imagery, can indicate persecution of God's people by enemies from which God delivers them. This is 2 Samuel 22:5, Psalm 18:4, Psalm 18:16, Psalm 46:3, Psalm 66:12, 69:1 through 2, and a bunch of other Psalms, Isaiah 43:2. Let's loop in Isaiah here. But again, this notion that this flood imagery can point to persecution. And so Beale and McDonough say the third idea clearly is what's in view in Revelation 12:15. In Psalm 18:4, David describes Saul's pursuit of him explicitly as, quote, the torrents of Belial assailing me, unquote. Of course, Belial, it's going to be later used as serpent, Satan imagery. Beale and McDonough continue, the swallowing of the flood by the earth is a further allusion to the Exodus and Israel's wilderness experience. Believe it or not, listen to Exodus 15:12. Because we don't really associate this with the Exodus, but here it is again. So we've got here, let's see if I can find this reference here. The earth swallowed the Egyptians when they pursued Israel through the Red Sea. So Exodus 15:12 says this. Now this is in the Song of Moses. This is after the crossing of the Red Sea. And then you get this song in Exodus 15. Here's verse 11 is the one that we sort of all know. Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in glorious deeds and doing wonders? Here's verse 12. You stretched out your right hand. The earth swallowed them. And we think of the Exodus as, Charlton Heston, okay? The Egyptians all drown and the sea closes. And yeah, it did that. But here it actually says the earth swallowed them. And this is language. It's underworld language. They're dead now. They're being taken to the underworld and all this sort of stuff. But here we have this reference to the earth swallowing. Naturally, it swallows, the Egyptians who are in the water. Again, you have to think metaphorically and symbolically. And that's not to say it's not a historical event. It is. But the way it's described, the terminology that's described is, shouldn't just be left to literalism. I mean, yes, it has a literal reference, the event at the Red Sea. We get that. But the way that the water and the earth language are used elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible denotes death and destruction and, being tanked in the underworld, okay? This is the whole point. And so Revelation 12 uses this imagery. It just sounds odd, but if you're familiar with the Old Testament context, the dragon again unleashes this water, this flood, which again is one of the ways that you can understand that is water is used as an image of persecution. And then what does God do? The earth comes to the help of the woman, okay? And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the river and the dragon that the dragon had poured from his mouth. Basically, just like the Exodus, the forces of evil get swallowed up, including the river. The river goes down there too, but it gets swallowed up by the earth. And it's right out of Exodus, the book of Exodus again. So again, by way of summary, there are plenty of Old Testament touch points here for viewing the woman of chapter 12 as Israel or the people of God. That ought to be quite evident here. The metaphor is transformed, though, by being connected to the birth, death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus, birthed by the woman. So that Israel ultimately here is the true Israel, those who embrace the Messiah regardless of whether they're ethnic Jews or not. We can't take verses like Revelation 12:17 seriously by isolating the language of Revelation 12 to Jews only, ethnic Jews only. It just doesn't work because of the other things that are talked about, the kingdom of Christ in Revelation 12. Again, so this is, it's a good way to understand the language, again, taken symbolically and metaphorically, that has deep roots in the Old Testament. In a nutshell, that's what we've seen here in this episode. This stuff has deep roots in the Old Testament, not just in terms of cross references, but in terms of the conceptual metaphor of the vocabulary. It's used metaphorically in the Old Testament, so why shouldn't we read it metaphorically in Revelation 12, Revelation 11 and 12, when John's using that language from the Old Testament? And I'm suggesting we should. John's not really changing anything. The context is a little bit different because it's post-Jesus. Okay, so now Israel gets a little bit more of a different definition. But John's using the language in the ways that you would find it in the Old Testament. So why don't we just follow his lead rather than doing some of the stuff that you see in prophecy books and whatnot? So again, this is what we're trying to do here. We're trying to just loop what's going on in Revelation, connect it back into the Old Testament. And for those of you who are just in love with a particular system, like I said at the very beginning, be warmed and filled. I'm not going to ask you to adopt one or dump one. I don't really care. But what I do care about is that you at least try. You do due diligence to connect your thinking about interpreting the book of Revelation to the Old Testament passages that John very clearly is referencing and alluding to and repurposing in what he's writing.
Yeah, Mike, that's why we need you to connect those dots, because I'm not going to be making those connections.
Well, you could maybe just read Left Behind or something.
Yeah. Can I just watch that movie? I don't even want to read the Left Behind. I just want to watch the movie version.
There you go. Gosh. I have not seen the movie version, so.
Have you read the books?
I hope it was good. No, I haven't. Even that's a long story. The guy who edited them gave me a set for free, but and he actually, without bringing his name into it, but the guy who edited the Left Behind series was not of the same end times perspective as LaHaye and Jenkins, but he was something totally different. But he gave me a set, but he didn't assign them to me. He didn't say you have to read them, but he thought I'd like a set. So yeah,
that's pretty cool. All right, Mike. Well,
yeah,
we will continue the march, Revelation 13 next week. Still weird stuff. There's still lots of weird stuff to get through.
Get 666 and Mark of the Beast and all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
boy, I mean, we could do some paranormal shows on that one. I expect you to bring some computer chips and all kinds of stuff into this next episode.
Barcodes and computer chips.
Yeah. All right, Mike. Well, that was a good episode. We're looking forward to chapter 13 next week. And with that, I want to thank everybody for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. God bless.
Thanks for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit www.nakedbibleblog.com. To learn more about Dr. Heiser's other websites and blogs, go to www.drmsh.com.
You're listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, go to nakedbiblepodcast.com and click on the support link in the upper right-hand corner. If you're new to the podcast and Dr. Heiser's approach to the Bible, click on New Start Here at nakedbiblepodcast.com.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 383, Revelation 13. I'm the layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Michael Heiser. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Not a whole lot new this week, Trey. I did not get called any names this week, so I don't really have much to report.
I'm sure you did. You just didn't see it somewhere. Somebody called you something.
Right. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Sure it happened somewhere.
Absolutely. And we're still on target. I mean, no pool, no beach.
No updates there.
Okay. All right.
No new pool adventures. Yeah.
All right.
Or the beach.
In. Well, Mike, this week, 666, the number of the beast and all that good stuff. Please tell me you've made it exciting for us that the government's programming us with a vaccine and all that good
which
stuff, right?
Political figure? Right. Oh, I could find lots of political figures in Revelation 13.
Yeah, make it relevant for today, spice it up some,
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that for sure. We could more or less say anything we wanted to and call it Bible teaching, and somebody out there is going to believe it. So that's the tragic state of affairs that we're all in.
Yeah, that's true, unfortunately.
And as a segue, speaking of the pool and the beach, we have the beast rising out of the sea. You get that? That's my lazy attempt at a segue, Trey.
Hey, no, that's perfect. So, I can just see more.
The beach is a bad place now. So,
Maury popping. Somebody's got to make a meme of Maury or somebody popping out of the pool like the beast.
Oh, I know.
Out of the sea.
Yeah, that'd give him perfect. 7 heads, man. That'd be awesome.
7-headed pug. There you go.
Right.
Everybody would die from the cuteness.
Yeah, he'd be up for that. So, well, let's jump in here to chapter 13. I mean, this is one of those chapters where there are some obvious things. And of course, sprinkled in there is going to be some not so obvious things. And, we're going to stick to our, trajectory, Old Testament backdrop for this sort of stuff. So there, I can sort of telegraph where we're going to go here. But as far as the beasts go, there's 2 of them, in this chapter. There's plenty of Old Testament antecedent material that could factor into that. When it comes to the number, not so much. When we get to that point, I will mention a few sort of, I'll call them trajectories, but they're really just speculative. Even though I think more highly of one than the other. At the end of the day, they're both still speculative as far as an Old Testament connection or context. So, as we jump into this, I'm gonna just read through the chapter real quickly. It's not that long, and then we'll start off with the 2 beasts. So, reading ESV again, verse 1. And I saw a beast rising out of the sea with 10 horns and 7 heads, with 10 diadems on its horns and blasphemous names on its heads. And the beast that I saw was like a leopard. Its feet were like a bear's. Its mouth was like a lion's mouth. And to it the dragon gave his power and his throne and great authority. One of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed. And the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. And they worshipped the dragon, for he had given his authority to the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who can fight against it?" And the beast was given a mouth uttering haughty and blasphemous words, and it was allowed to exercise authority for 42 months. It opened its mouth to utter blasphemies against God, blaspheming his name and his dwelling, that is, those who dwell in heaven. Also it was allowed to make war on the saints and to conquer them, and authority was given it over every tribe and people and language and nation. And all who dwell on earth will worship it, everyone whose name has not been written before the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb, who was slain. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. If anyone is to be taken captive, to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain with the sword must he be slain. Here is a call for the endurance and faith of the saints. Verse 11. And I saw another beast rising out of the earth. First one was the sea, this one's the earth. It had 2 horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It exercises all the authority of the first beast in its presence, and makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose mortal wound was healed. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven to earth in front of people. And by the signs that it is allowed to work in the presence of the beast, it deceives those who dwell on the earth, telling them to make an image for the beast that was wounded by the sword and yet lived. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak, and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. And also it causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that none can buy or sell unless he has the mark, that is, the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Now, again, since we're focusing on Old Testament stuff, we're not going to, get into too many interpretive things here. But there are, again, some fruitful trajectories as far as how to contextualize the content here. The most obvious, is having to do with the beast. There are really 2 options here. Again, 2 interpretive trajectories that are possible with respect to contextualizing the beasts, both of them, with the Old Testament. Now, one of these is going to be pretty obvious. The other one is probably not going to be obvious. And so I'm going to go through both of these. I don't really feel compelled to only go with one, the more obvious one. I think that there's actually both in play, because the more obvious of the 2 is, of course, what's going on in Daniel 7, with the sort of nondescript, final beast and whatnot, so on and so forth. But there are disconnections from that. For instance, in Revelation 13, as we read, there's not just one beast, there's 2, and one is from the sea and the other one's from the land. And there is, again, some Old Testament precedent for 2 beasts, sea and land, that would have importance here, or relevance is probably a better word, especially if we look at what's going on in Revelation 13 as sort of Babel chaos, not reborn, because we've always got Babel chaos. Okay, again, chaos, when I use that term, I mean everything that is not Eden, anti-Eden, specifically tied to the corruption of Eden, which you have supernatural rebellions lurking behind that, you have human rebellions lurking behind that, and they are basically symbiotically related. My fullest expression of that to date is in the Demons book, where I try to flesh all that out in detail. There's a little bit of an unseen realm, but the Demons book sort of takes up that cause, as it were, to go after the 3 rebellions explanation for why the world is a chaotic mess. So when I say, chaos, I'm referring to the loss of Eden, everything that is not Eden, which means it's things associated with death, disorder, the decreation of the order that God instituted in Genesis 1. These sorts of themes: death, decay, loss, estrangement from God, fragmentation of humanity, all of this stuff is chaos. And Babel is a sort of a center point. Most obviously, the third rebellion, what happens at Babel with the fragmentation of humanity and the sons of God being assigned to the nations. But the other ones also have certain threads that connect them as well to the Babel theme, because geographically, if we take the geographical descriptions, like Genesis 6, it's Noah, the flood, we're in the Mesopotamian part of the world. And the imagery of the flood, again, is often a theological response or polemic to material from Mesopotamia. So there's that. And if you go even back to the first one, there's a good bit of material in Genesis 3, this first rebellion, that also connects in some way to Babylonian material. I mean, there's it's not that it's isolated to Babylon. You've got Canaan material as well, Canaanite. But if you loop in the Ezekiel 28 repurposing of this supernatural rebellion and the divine council, well, Ezekiel obviously writing from Babylon, there you go. So there's a number of things going on here that just connects all of it, the whole chaotic mess, to Babylon, both in terms of the history of the biblical story as it's told, again, the geographical orientation, the textual material that's used to tell the story, and then ultimately Babylon becomes the foil, for all that is terrible, all that, this ultimate reversal, like in the exile. Before that, you get Egypt playing the big bad role, and then you get Assyria, and then you get Babylon. But it's interesting how all three are described in chaos terms, and a number of which are Babylonish, even if it's not Babylon itself, even if it's Egypt or Assyria or something like that. So there are a lot of interconnections here. Again, it would take a whole book, to ferret out all of them and just go through all the material. But I think that's a necessary backdrop, because if we look at Revelation 13 sort of generally as the war against chaos, or chaos's war against the people of God and the plans of God, that opens the door a bit to the less expected backdrop to the two beasts. The first one is Daniel in Babylon, Daniel 7. That's going to be easy when we go through it to see that. But the other one is a little bit unexpected. So I'm going to start with the lesser expected of the two. So of the two trajectories, let's go to, for example, the beasts of Job. Okay, Job 40 and 41. You have the sea beast and the land beast. Elsewhere in Scripture, they're going to be described as Leviathan, and the twisting serpent, Leviathan, the chaos imagery that basically is known throughout the ancient Near East. And the land equivalent to chaos is Rahab. Okay, the land counterpart to Leviathan is Rahab. You actually get Rahab, mentioned in the same chaos context as Leviathan normally is in Psalm 89, for instance. So there's a land and a sea chaos monster, two of them in the Old Testament. And what again, this isn't unique to me. I'm going to quote from Beale and McDonough here in a moment, but you've got scholars, again, who have obviously noticed this, and they're well acquainted with the land and the sea chaos beast from the Old Testament. And so this seems like a natural trajectory to follow. So Beale and McDonough write, this is again from the commentary of the Old Testament in the New Testament, edited by Carson and Beale. They say the depiction of the two beasts in chapter 13 is based in part, and again, that's appropriately worded, in part on Job 40 and 41, which is the only place in the Old Testament that portrays two satanic beasts that oppose God. The only time where they're together. Elsewhere, they're separate, Leviathan, Rahab, so on and so forth. The sea monster of the Job passage also has a companion classified as a land beast. The term is Therion, in Septuagint anyway. That's Job 40, 15 through 24. Now, both beasts are described with demonic attributes and are said to have been, quote, made to be mocked by the angels. Now, if you're quickly looking back and What's the verse there? Okay, it's Job 40, 19 and 20, and Job 41, 24 and 25, more importantly. You're not going to find it because this is the Septuagint. So I'm going to just open the Septuagint here real quickly and read some of this stuff because, again, since we don't really read the Septuagint, this is a little bit surprising. So wait till you hear this. So Job, let's just go to Job 40 in the Septuagint. So Job 40, 19 and 20. This is describing, again, Leviathan. So I'll go up to verse 18. If a flood should happen, it is not taken notice of it. Trust that the Jordan shall rush up to its mouth. Shall one take it in its eye? Again, describing, basically creatures of the deep and, their effect on the land in this flood language, so on and so forth. Being caught in a snare, shall one pierce its nose? Now that's language that's going to be familiar from your English Bibles about Leviathan. Verse 20, and you will lead the serpent in by a fish hook and put a halter, or it's a question, and will you lead the serpent in by a fish hook and put a halter around its nose? Obviously, no. Job, you can't control, Leviathan. It's Leviathan. You're no match for it. If you keep reading in Job 41, again, in the Septuagint, here are the last two verses. There is nothing upon the earth like it, being made to be mocked at by my angels. It sees everything that is high, and it itself is king of all that is in the waters. So it's real interesting, again, in the Septuagint, you've got the big symbol for chaos, the Leviathan, the sea beast, is going to be mocked by the angels. Now I'm going to go back to Beale and McDonough. They keep going with this trajectory. The two beasts of Job 40 and 41 are echoed throughout Revelation 13, again, especially in the Septuagint, because Revelation is Greek, Septuagint is Greek in these two chapters. One is called the dragon from the sea. That's Job 40, 25. Again, the vocabulary is going to be shared between the Revelation and Job on these points. The land beast is to be slain by God with a sword. Again, later in Revelation 13, you get that, and that's Job 40, 19. The sea dragon conducts a war waged by his mouth. It's Job 40, 32. And if you recall Revelation 13, the beast is speaking great things against, God. Back to Beale and McDonough. So the sea dragon conducts a war waged by his mouth, and burning torches, quote unquote, and a flame goes out of his mouth. It's Job 41, 11 and 13, again, the Septuagint. There's nothing upon the earth like him. Job 41, 25. Again, going back to Revelation 13, this description of the beast as being like unique. I mean, it's the ultimate beast, the ultimate, chaos figure here. Beale and McDonough also say Jewish tradition held that on the fifth day of creation, God created Leviathan to be in the sea, and Behemoth, in the land counterpart, to dwell on the land. So you have Behemoth, also known as Rahab, and they give some references here. 1 Enoch 60, 7 through 10, 4 Ezra 6, 49 through 52, and some scattered rabbinic texts. I mean, this is a Jewish tradition that, God created both of these. These two beasts were symbolic of the powers of evil and were to be destroyed at the final judgment. Now, that part there, the destruction of Rahab and Leviathan at the final judgment, elsewhere in other episodes on the podcast, we've actually gotten into this because this is part of their destruction, is part of what scholars call the divine banquet motif. The final Passover, the final, the Christians would call it the marriage supper of the Lamb, this great eschatological meal with God and with his people. And I've asked before, well, hey, do you know what's being served at this meal? And in Jewish tradition, the answer was, yeah, Rahab, the Behemoth, and Leviathan. That's what's on the table. And it was a way of expressing the idea that chaos itself is going to be devoured. It's going to come to an end. Now, I'm going to read a little bit from Brant Pitre's book, Jesus and the Last Supper, about this Jewish theme, this theology. again, this whole idea, I'm going to start where he's discussing the image of a banquet, or this divine banquet idea in the Old Testament. So he writes this. Again, this is his book on called Jesus and the Last Supper. Multiple passages in the Jewish scripture use the image of a banquet or feast to describe the joy of the coming age of salvation. However, by far the most explicit description of an eschatological banquet in the Old Testament is in the book of Isaiah. In the midst of a series of descriptions of the coming day of the Lord, in Isaiah 24 through 27, the prophet speaks of a future banquet for Israel and the nations. Then he starts to list out certain features of this banquet. So he writes, first, the coming feast is no ordinary banquet. It is an eschatological event. This eschatological dimension is evident from the fact that the banquet culminates in the overthrow of suffering and death. God will, quote, swallow up death forever, unquote, and wipe away tears from all faces. Indeed, just a few verses after describing the banquet, Isaiah goes on to speak about the resurrection of the bodies of the dead, Isaiah 26:19. As Klausner suggests, the overall context of the banquet is Isaiah's vision of the cessation of death and the resurrection of the dead in the age to come. Second, the banquet is a feast of redemption. It will be tied to the forgiveness of sins. At the time of the banquet, God will take away, quote, the reproach of his people, unquote, and give them salvation. It's Isaiah 25:8-9. Basically, once, let me just interrupt here. The Messiah, again, the coming of Jesus in the New Testament, the first time around, was a signal that the exile is now ending. But the exile, this is an already but not yet thing. The exile isn't completely over until everything comes full circle. And not only God's people, Israel, but also those from the nations who follow the Lord are brought back into the family. They're no longer in exile. They're home. And this is, again, a day of the Lord, final eschatological event. Back to Petre. Third, the coming feast will be a cultic or sacrificial banquet. This is the meaning of the strange imagery of some of the language, fat things and wine on the lees. This is technical terminology for sacrificial offerings of the temple cult, as when Deuteronomy speaks of, quote, the fat of their sacrifices, and, quote, the wine of their drink offering, unquote. Deuteronomy 32:37-38, Leviticus 3:3, Leviticus 4:8-9. This cultic dimension is important to stress since Isaiah explicitly states that the banquet will take place, quote, on the mountain of the Lord, which in context refers to Mount Zion in Jerusalem. That's Isaiah 24:23. Yet another reason why the Lord appears, the whole Battle of Armageddon thing, it's Jerusalem. Okay, it's Zion. It's not Megiddo, it's Zion. It's the Har Mohed, the Mount of Assembly. Again, the mount where the divine council is. Okay, all that stuff. That's unseen realm material, obviously. Fourth, back to Petre, in Isaiah, the eschatological banquet will be an international banquet, which will include both the restored tribes of Israel and the Gentile nations. The feast will be, quote, for all peoples, unquote, and will result in the veil that is cast over all the nations, or Gentiles, the Goyim in Hebrew, being lifted. This is a startlingly universal vision of salvation nestled right in the heart of one of the most widely read prophets of the Old Testament. Fifth, and finally, given a focus on Moses and Mount Sinai, which he had done earlier in his book. It is significant that several scholars have suggested that the banquet in Isaiah 25 alludes to and is modeled on the heavenly banquet of Moses and the elders atop Mount Sinai. Remember that? That's from Exodus 24, 9-11. They go up and they see the God of Israel. They have a meal with the God of Israel. Now, other banquet texts that he gets into in the book, obviously we don't have time to go through all these. Isaiah 55, 1-3, 62, 8 and 9, 65, 13, 65, 17 and 18, Zechariah 9, 11 and 12, Zechariah 9, 16 and 17. This is not it's not a little thing. It's not a little theme. It's not like just one passage. It's not just Isaiah 24 through 27, but you've got a number of places that talk about this eschatological banquet with these themes. Petre also writes, perhaps the most elaborate description of the Messianic banquet comes to us from 2nd Baruch. Again, this is Second Temple Jewish literature, pseudepigraphical literature in this case, which is commonly dated to the 1st century AD. Although the text is long, it is worth quoting in full, as it is perhaps the most full-blown expectation of the Messianic feast from the period. So he's going to quote this second Baruch passage. I'm going to quote at least part of it here. It reads, "And it will happen that when all that which should come to pass in these parts has been accomplished, the Messiah will begin to be revealed. And Behemoth," there's the land beast, "will reveal itself from its place. And Leviathan will come from the sea. The two great monsters which I created on the 5th day of creation, which I shall have kept until that time. And they," the two monsters, "will be nourishment for all who are left. The earth will also yield fruits 10,000-fold, and on one vine will be 1,000 branches, and one branch will produce 1,000 clusters, and one cluster will produce 1,000 grapes, and one grape will produce a core of wine. And those who are hungry will enjoy themselves, and they will moreover see marvels every day." And this is the new earth description, okay? "For winds will go out in front of me every morning to bring the fragrance of aromatic fields, and clouds at the end of the day to distill the dew of health. And it will happen at that time that the treasury of manna will come down again from on high." Would you like bread with your meal? You know, they're serving bread with Leviathan and Behemoth. "And they will eat of it in those years, because these are they who will have arrived at the consummation of time. And it will happen after these things that when the time of the appearance of the Anointed One, the Messiah, has been fulfilled, and he returns with glory, then all who sleep in hope of him will rise." There's the general resurrection. Dead in Christ will rise first, okay? "And it will happen at that time that those treasuries will be opened, in which the number of the souls of the righteous were kept, and they will go out, and the multitudes of the souls will appear together in one assemblage of one mind. And the first ones will enjoy themselves, and the last ones will not be sad." Everybody's gonna love to be there. "For they know that the time has come of which it is said that it is the end of times." And that's 2 Baruch 29, on into chapter 30. Now, several aspects of this grand vision are worth highlighting. Petre, again, chimes in. First, the banquet is both eschatological and explicitly messianic, directly tied to the coming of the Anointed One at the end of times. Second, it is important to stress that eating in the Messianic age takes place not on a single occasion, but every day. Hence, the Messianic banquet not only marks the beginning of the eschatological age, but is a feature of it in perpetuity. Third, the banquet is described in terms evocative of the Exodus from Egypt. Its commencement will be marked by the return of the manna from heaven. It will take place alongside the return of the heavenly dew that brought the manna in the first place, Exodus 16, 13, and 14. Even the image of the superabundant wine and enormous clusters of grapes harks back to the gathering of the grapes in the land of Canaan by the emissaries of Joshua at the end of the Exodus. It's Numbers 13, 21 through 24. Fourth, and quite memorably, the righteous can also expect to feed on the flesh of Leviathan and Behemoth. It is not clear whether this image is hyperbolic and figurative or is intended as a literal description of the viands of the banquet. Either way, it seems to represent the triumph of the righteous over the destructive powers of this world. And lastly, but by no means least significantly, the inauguration of the Messianic banquet directly precedes the return of the Messiah to heaven and the resurrection of the righteous dead. So the Messiah comes and he goes, back to heaven. This is a Jewish portrait here. For a Christian in the book of Revelation, you would say the Messiah returns and heaven returns to earth. And so we transition from the return of the Messiah on into, again, the new earth, new heavens and new earth. It's right there. So back to Petre. The banquet begins to be celebrated on earth during the days of the Messiah. It finds its ultimate fulfillment in the return of the pre-existent Messiah. There's an already but not yet even in Judaism. Apparently along with the resurrected righteous to heaven again. So this is common in Christian theology as well, that heaven, where we're going to be forever, is not the new earth. I actually believe it is the new earth. But this is very common to have heaven be some sort of non-earth ethereal existence. And of course, that never answers the question, well, what happens to the new earth then? Is it empty? But again, that's just me. I don't want to drift off into too many of my own criticisms of sort of a standard view. So back to Petre. Just as the righteous on earth enjoy themselves during the days of the Messiah by eating the manna, so too those who are raised from the dead will enjoy themselves in the heavenly assemblage of the exalted Messiah. So again, where does this leave us? Well, it leaves us with the idea that these two beasts are ultimately chaos symbols. It's very obvious, Leviathan and Rahab, or Leviathan and Behemoth, if you like the Behemoth term, who wreak misery and destruction until they are defeated. And these two beasts may very well be what is behind the two beasts, one from the sea, one from the land, of Revelation 13. Now, that's actually the minority view. And it's really because of the prominence of Daniel 7 throughout Revelation 13 that this view is minority. And let's be honest, most people who are writing popular prophecy stuff, they're completely unaware of this. Maybe they're out, maybe they've just have heard so many times, or maybe even taught Leviathan, that's a dinosaur or something like that. And they miss all of this imagery. They miss all of the Second Temple Jewish, understanding of these images, these symbols, and what they mean with the eschatological banquet. I mean, it's all there. And it's frankly all there somewhere in the book of Revelation. It's just sort of a Christianized version of it, because now we're post-Jesus now when we're writing the book of Revelation. Again, we're not thinking completely like a Jew who either was writing before Jesus or has rejected Jesus. So Revelation is going to be a little bit different, but it's going to dip into all these wells. Okay. But again, most of your popular prophecy writing is just completely unaware of this, and they're very much aware of the next one, and that's the Daniel 7 one. So the second view is more common and more likely. I mean, it's very likely. I mean, there's a lot of secure roots here, but I still think that the first view is also on the table. I don't think we have to pick and choose one. I think they're both being utilized by John and repurposed. So I'm in agreement with Beale here that Job 40 and 41, the Leviathan and Behemoth, do play some role in what's going on in Revelation 13, but that is not to ignore or sidestep Daniel 7. So the second view here is that the beasts are accountable through this passage in Daniel. So Beale and McDonough write, sort of in summary, a few things here. They say the material in Revelation 13, 1 and 2 is a creative reworking of Daniel 7, 1 through 7, the beast coming up from the sea, and his 10 horns in Revelation 13 are based respectively on Daniel 7, verses 2 and 3, and Daniel 7, verses 7, 20, and 24. Again, it's very obvious. They write, many will understand the 7 heads as a reference to an ancient Near Eastern sea monster myth from before the time of Daniel. He's referring here to the Ugaritic stuff, the defeat of Yam, the defeat of Leviathan, who is Yam in Ugaritic texts. And so he cites some Ugaritic texts here. He also cites Psalm 74, Psalm 89, 10, Isaiah 27, 1, because those passages dip in on a linguistic level, the terminology, into Ugaritic material. So he's saying, some understand the 7 heads this way. It's about this Canaanite depiction. They write, this is possible, but it is better to view the 7 heads as a composite of the heads of all 4 of the beasts of Daniel 7. That might sound a little awkward. Let me just break in again. But basically what they're gonna do in what they write is they're gonna take Revelation 13's description, and there are various elements that are found in Daniel 7, but they're not drawn out in the same order as the beasts of Daniel 7. It's sort of a scattershot assemblage that, this comes from beast number 1, that one's beast number 4, this is beast number 3, but they're all applied to these 2 beasts in Revelation. So they think it's just best to, view the 7 heads for one, and there's going to be other features that as just sort of, John is looking back at Daniel 7 and pulling things from any of the beasts at any given point. But Daniel 7 is the pool from which he does it. So back to Beale and McDonough, they write, the 10 diadems upon the 10 horns are a reference to Daniel's 4th beast, whose 10 horns are interpreted as 10 kings. That's Daniel 7:24. Likewise, the blasphemous names are connected with the blaspheming figure of Daniel 7, 8, and 11, who is also associated with the fourth kingdom, just like he is in Revelation 13, 5, and 6, or just like the blasphemy is. In Revelation 13:2, they note, whereas in Daniel 7, 3 through 8, the images of the lion, bear, leopard, and terrifying beast represent 4 successive world empires, in Revelation 13, 1 to 2, all 4 of these images are applied to one beast. This probably includes a connotation of Rome as the fourth beast, which Daniel predicted would be more powerful and dreadful than the previous 3 beasts of Daniel 7, 4 through 6. Now, what they don't say there, I'll break in again, is that if you parallel Daniel 7 with Daniel 2, the kingdom of God begins, the mountain not made with human hands, okay, that destroys the toes, all right? That is associated with the kingdom of God. That is the kingdom of God. In fact, Daniel is very pointed about saying that. Well, when does the kingdom of God get rolling? When does it take a foothold, pardon the pun? Well, that's during the time of the Messiah. And at the time of the Messiah, what was the world empire? It's Rome. So, I mean, Rome is a pretty secure hook here into all this. Now, I'm going to just go through Revelation 13, not verse by verse, but I'm going to pick things from different verses and just sort of link them back to Daniel 7, because this is what Beale and McDonough do in their commentary at this point. So, Revelation 13:3. Let me just read that. Revelation 13:3 says, one of its heads seemed to have a mortal wound, but its mortal wound was healed. And the whole earth marveled as they followed the beast. So there's that statement. And then a little bit later in verse 14, it says that the beast was wounded by the sword and yet lived. Again, so it's apparently like it's cast a sort of a wound that should normally be fatal, but it lives. So they write, Beale and McDonough write, in Revelation 13:14, it is added that it was a sword that struck the beast's head. The added mention of the sword in this connection recalls the prophecy of Isaiah 27:1 in the Septuagint. Here we are back to the Leviathan thing, which says, quote, in that day God will bring the sword and the holy and great mighty sword upon the dragon, the fleeing serpent upon the dragon, the crooked serpent. So if you're looking at that element, that actually goes back to the first view that we're dealing with the 2 chaos monsters here, because it's a pretty clear allusion back to Isaiah 27, verse 1. If we go to Revelation 13:4, the phrase denoting authority probably goes back to Daniel 7:6, even though if we're reading the Septuagint of Daniel 7, this is going to be said of the third beast in particular. But again, the argument is, and I think it's a reasonable argument, that since all of the features of Daniel 7 or the beast, the things about all the beasts in Daniel 7, John is drawing on all those things to portray 2 beasts, and most of them specifically go to the first beast. But verse 4 says they worship the dragon, for he had given his authority to the beast, so on and so forth. So that's probably an allusion. The argument is back to Daniel 7:6. Let me just read that. Daniel 7:6. I'll read it in English, not from the Septuagint. Let's see here. As I looked, and behold, another like a leopard, 4 wings of a bird on its back. The beast had 4 heads, and dominion, i.e. authority, was given to it. So there seems to be a connection there. Revelation 13:5 and 6. The reference in verse 5 to the beast expressing his authority through speech has clear parallels in Daniel 7, verse 6, verse 8, verse 11, verse 20, and verse 25. Specifically, if you're looking at this in the Septuagint, in Daniel 7, verse 6 and verse 8, we read that a tongue was given to the beast, a mouth speaking great things. And again, that you get a good bit of that vocabulary in verses 5 and 6 in Revelation 13. Here's what it says. The beast was given a mouth, uttering haughty and blasphemous words, and it was allowed to exercise authority for 42 months. It opened its mouth to utter blasphemies against God, blaspheming his name and his dwelling. So the beast was given, a mouth, or he's given, again, this ability to speak. Okay, the given terminology is a little odd, but it actually comes from Daniel 7. That's the language there. Verse 7. In Revelation 13:7, the first part of it, the focus shifts back again to the prophecy of Daniel 7. So in verse 7, we have here, it was allowed, the beast was allowed to make war on the saints and to conquer them. And again, authority was given to it over every tribe, people, language, and nation. So if we go to Daniel 7 in the Septuagint, and I think it's around, verse 8. Let's just read Daniel 7:8. And indeed, many counsels were being given among its horns, and behold, a different horn sprang up in the middle of them, a small one among its horns. And 3 of the previous horns dried up on account of it, and behold, eyes just like human eyes were in this horn, and a mouth speaking great boastful things. And it began to make war against the holy ones. And it's very clearly the source for Revelation 13 in verse 7. Go on to verse 10. Beal and McDonough write this. Let me just read verse 10 here. If anyone is to be taken captive, or to captivity he goes. If anyone is to be slain with the sword must he be slain. This is a call for the endurance of the faith of the saints. So they write, again, this phrase, if anyone is destined for captivity, to captivity he must go, and so on, is a paraphrase combining Jeremiah 15:2, Jeremiah 43:11, where Jeremiah prophesies to Israel that God has destined them to go into captivity and suffer from the sword. This is a penalty for their unbelief and sin. In the present context here in Revelation 13, it appears to apply to genuine believers, though, who suffer persecution for their witness. Again, that I can see where you could go with that direction. In the Septuagint, again, what they're doing throughout their whole treatment of this is they're comparing the Greek of Revelation to, they're looking up these terms, this vocabulary in the Septuagint. And you find out that the vocabulary here from verse 10 is a mixture from these 2 verses in Jeremiah. So you have the people of God, okay, not going into exile because of sin, that was the Jeremiah context, but the people of God suffering because of the beasts, okay, because they're under persecution. It's just that John draws this language. So many have noticed that these beasts, just generally, this is just, I'm interjecting again. You probably noticed at this point that the beasts sort of imitate Christ in certain ways. You have this lethal wound that gets healed, for instance. You've got this authority, given, it's illegitimate authority, but yet again, some of this language you could find in Daniel 7 for the Son of Man and being given the kingdom and everlasting dominion and all this. But, it seems like there's this counterfeit thing going on, which would make sense because what we're headed to now is the mark of the beast, and the mark is a number and a name. You bear the name of the beast. I think this is a good place to bring this up because really bearing the name is behind the name of the beast idea, not the number itself, but the concept of bearing the name, which is very Old Testament. Okay, we had Carmen Imes on. This is what her whole book is about, bearing the name at Sinai, this thing about how in ancient Israel there was this concept. It's really imaging, but in the book of Exodus and throughout the Torah, the idea of imaging God, being God's proxy, as it were, gets recycled and re-expressed in terms of bearing the name of Yahweh every day in life and among the nations. You represent him. You are his proxies. You are his kingdom of priests, a holy nation. You corporately, the whole country, the whole nation was supposed to represent him. They were supposed to be his image, and they bore his name. We're going to get into some Torah passages here that talk about this. But if that's the case, again, then what you have here is the beasts, and again, ultimately with this number and so on and so forth, this is a counterfeit idea. Now, for Christians who read the book of Revelation, they can see the antichrist, the false Christ idea, the opposer Christ, or poser Christ, I guess you could say. I tend to think of antichrist not as being a sort of fake, but as being a sort of a mirror counterpart enemy, that sort of thing. So that's very common for believers, who are, studying scripture and getting into prophecy to see that. But what they don't see is how the name of the beast, bearing the name, is also a counterfeit. And on the other side of it is bearing the name of Christ. And both of these they're really metaphors, okay, for who you align yourself with, who you represent. Just whose proxy are you? Are you the proxy of the God of Israel and Jesus, or are you the proxy of the beast? Okay, this is what bearing the name refers to. So we often don't see that because maybe we're just too fixated on what the number means, or Antichrist, the false Christ. Okay, I get that, but there's an anti-name bearing thing going on here too. It's a pseudo counterpart, and if you have that in your head, then at least the rationale, at least the concept of bearing the mark, which is the name of the beast, okay, that has an Old Testament flavor to it that makes it comprehensible. It's not about wearing barcodes, okay? It's not about stuff like this. It's about whose side are you on? And yeah, you could talk about how believers or whoever in the world might be manipulated into turning against the Lord and following the beast. I understand that. There's a lot of latitude here on as to how this would sort of get lived out if we were like right here present at the time, with all this stuff going on. But fundamentally, it is about what or who is your believing loyalty choice. Is it Jesus or is it the beast? Whose name do you bear? Okay. Who is your master? Who is your owner? Okay. All these things that go into name bearing as a concept. Now, I think again, this is really significant to observe. Beale and McDonough sort of touch on this. I think they could do a much better job of it than they do. Again, especially with the bearing of the name thing, but they do get into the idea of imitation. I'll just give you one paragraph, and this is worth noting, but again, I wish they would go further with the idea. They say the idea of imitation is carried on in 13:13. First, the beast's activities are described by an ironic echo of the acts of Moses, whose prophetic authority was validated by doing great signs. Let's go to Revelation 13:13. So what do we read there? It, again, the second beast, performs great signs, even making fire come down from heaven to earth in front of people. And by the signs that it is allowed to work in the presence of the beast, it deceives those who dwell on earth, so on and so forth. Well, yeah, you get Moses, if you want to associate that with Moses with the hail, okay, and just generally doing great signs. Okay, I get it. But it's actually more Elijah here. And they get to this point. They again, he lists out a few Exodus passages about Moses doing great signs and says this is a counter, what the beast is here is sort of a counterfeit of that. Even in the Exodus narrative, they write, Exodus 7:11, Pharaoh's magicians did the same signs with their secret arts. This is reinforced by Daniel, where God is praised for doing signs and wonders. And Daniel 4:37 in the Septuagint aligns very well in their notes to Revelation 13:13. The casting down of fire from heaven in the presence of people recalls the prophetic demonstration of Elijah, 1 Kings 18:38 and 39, and also 2 Kings 1:10 through 14. Though now, here in Revelation 13, it's a pseudo-prophetic action. Again, all of that is sure, but I wish they would do a little bit more with it. So better than pseudo-prophetic, I wish they would get into something like this. If Jesus is a superior Moses and a superior Elijah, and he is, and those ideas are present in the Gospels. Jesus is the new Moses. He is superior to Elijah, who is the forerunner. If that's the case, then these beasts mime both the idea of a pseudo-Christ, okay? They certainly do that, but when they do it, they are still, again, it's almost like a recognition of what or who they need to imitate to have legitimacy, because Christ is superior. And that's why it's happening this way. The beast is sort of trying to pass himself off as the, quote, new Moses and new Elijah. And it's a direct counterpart to the new Moses and superior to Elijah portrayal of Jesus in the Gospels. I just wish they would have spent more time on that. But anyway, let's get into the 666 a little bit. So we have it described in verses 17 and 18 as the number of a man. It's also described as the name of the beast. And so the imitation trajectory again makes sense. That except in this case, we're miming the followers of either Yahweh or Jesus or the beast. Again, who is your proxy? Or you're a proxy for whom, I should say. So if the point of 666 is bearing the name, and as followers of Christ bear his name, so the followers of the beast would bear that name. In other words, as we have people who align themselves with Jesus, their believing loyalty is in Jesus. You're going to have a lot of other people whose believing loyalty is in the beast. Now, Christians obviously didn't literally bear the name. I mean, they're not stamped or branded or anything like that. And neither did the Israelites, even when the name was given to them. Do you realize that the name was given to Israelites? This is number 6. I'm sure you've heard the passage. This is the priestly blessing. But the terminology, actually, matters here. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, thus you shall bless the people of Israel." So God says to Moses, "Tell Aaron, this is what you say to the people. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace." And here's verse 27. That's where the blessing ends, but we forget about verse 27. So shall they, again, the priests, the Aaronid priests, so shall they put my name upon the people of Israel, and I will bless them. So the people of Israel bore the name, not in a literalistic view, literalistic way, but that's what number 6 says. This is the result of it. So the mark is a parody of this idea. It's a fake. It's an imitation. It's a pseudo bearing the name idea. Spiritually speaking, whose side are you on? And we see this with 144,000 because they're sealed and marked. So the mark is a parody of that as well. But we miss this other corporate idea. Now, here's some commentators have looked at this and thought, well, okay, you say the Israelites didn't literally bear the name. We understand what's being meant there, but the name of the Lord actually does get described as being worn by Israelites on the forehead and the hand. And if this sounds a little strange, again, because that's where the mark of the beast goes, just let's Beale and McDonough summarize it this way. In the Old Testament, God told Israel that the Torah was to be, quote, as a sign on your hand and as a reminder on your forehead, in order to remind them continually of their commitment and loyalty to God. This was done, that's Exodus 13:9, Exodus 13:16, Deuteronomy 6:8. This was done with phylacteries, leather pouches containing portions of Scripture worn on the forehead and arm. The New Testament equivalent is the invisible seal or name of God, Revelation 7:2 and 3. That's the 144,000. The forehead represents their ideological commitment, and the hand, the practical outworking of that commitment. Now, it's interesting that if the Greek word for hand, care, which is used here in Revelation 13, it can mean arm, even though that's rare. So I just want to throw that out. But again, I what do we think of the parallel? It's interesting. I actually think the Aaronic blessing captures the idea better. But it is nevertheless an interesting sort of point-for-point kind of analogy that could be made. Now, some scholars have taken this, the Jewish idea here, and they see again this counterpart in Revelation 13, and of course they're bound to speculate about the bad mark. All right, is there a literal equivalent somewhere in this, or is it all just sort of spiritual representation? I'm arguing for spiritual or theological representation. Bearing the name spiritual here is the point. You bear the mark, you bear the name of the beast, that means you're on his side. Just like the positive side, you bear the name of the Lord, you bear the name of Christ. You're not carrying a physical mark with you. It's just that's where your loyalty is. So I'm arguing that's the whole point of the bearing the name and the mark and all this stuff. But there are others, again, who try to find a more literal sort of equivalent. So On notes one second temple parallel. He says, according to 3 Maccabees 2:28 and 29, Ptolemy IV, Philopater, who lived 221 to 2, or he reigned 221 to 204 BC, inaugurated a program of persecution against Egyptian Jews in which he required them to enroll in a census and to be branded with the ivy leaf of Dionysus. Those who did not cooperate were executed. It is likely that Ptolemy IV, who was particularly devoted to Dionysus, also himself sported this brand. Again, well, is that really what John's thinking about? I don't know. It feels a little dubious to me, but I thought I would mention it. You have Psalms of Solomon, another possible point of reference. And this is Second Temple Jewish literature. Psalms of Solomon 15:9 through 14 says this: They will flee from the holy ones like those pursued in battle. They will pursue and capture sinners. Those who do lawlessness will not escape the judgment of the Lord. They will be captured as if by experienced warriors. For the sign of destruction is upon their forehead, and the inheritance of sinners is destruction and darkness. Their lawless acts will pursue them to Hades below. Well, again, this stamping on the forehead thing, it's not really the same context. Here it's aimed against Jews. I doubt this is what John's thinking about. And I would say there's a general weak point to all of this, and that's the buying or the selling. So my own predilection here, if we'll get interpretive to this extent, is that I look at Revelation 13 with the two beasts, again, which I view as metaphors for chaos, basically the whole world gone to hell. And Christians, as a result, are persecuted by the chaos system. Part of that persecution is going to be you can't buy or sell. So that I take it as a point of oppression, but I don't think it's based upon a physical mark that anybody's taking. I do think it's based on the fact that you're a Christian. That's enough to target you, that you will refuse to denounce Christ, to deny Christ, and assign your loyalty to the beast, i.e. to the anti-Christ system. That alone is sufficient to say, well, you're not shopping here. So I that actually feels more sinister to me than, again, some of the scenarios that people come up with. But again, scholars try to ferret out possible ways that buying and selling fit in with a physical mark, and none of it has an Old Testament context. It's all Greco-Roman. So Owen, for instance, writes this: the connection of buying and selling with the charagma, that's the Greek term, the mark of the beast, has been understood as a reference to the use of Roman coins, which bore the portraits and names of Roman emperors. The inability to buy or sell would then be the result of refusing to use Roman coins. He writes, this has a parallel in the Jewish prohibition of images, which for some, such as the Zealots, included the image of the emperor on Roman coins. Well, really? I mean, it just feels weak. I mean, this is nice, but that isn't really what the passage describes, refusing to use coins. It says you can't buy or sell. It doesn't say that Christians refuse to use coins. It doesn't say that the image is on coins. The image is on the hand of the forehead. Okay, again, which has theological imagery to it that we've already talked about in this episode back into the Old Testament. The word of the Lord, again, the name being placed upon the people of God by the priests. To me, that makes a whole lot more sense than making the passage talk about, I don't want to use those coins. But again, this is kind of where people go. Now Owen knows this, and he admits later, he says, quote, there's no evidence that people were stamped on their hands or foreheads with coin images. Well, no, there isn't. And so it's nice that we can, be forthright there, but I think he and other commentators more or less just struggle with this. So in the last part of our episode, what about the number itself? Well, I hate to disappoint people. Maybe you won't go away disappointed after I say what I say, but there's no real secure Old Testament contribution here. Now, when I say secure, I mean there's nothing that I can look at or anybody else can find in the text that really fits well with the number 666. In other words, it's not like, hey, we can go through Revelation 13, and there's like 30 places where we can see Daniel is quoted in the Septuagint. I mean, we just gave a little sampling here in this episode. There's nothing like that for the number. Typically what you get in commentaries is you get suggestions of people whose names could correspond to this. And they're all Greco-Roman. They all have weaknesses, which is, again, is why this hasn't been resolved. So the typical name explanations like Nero, well, yeah, Nero works if you spell his name a certain way. Like one of them is you add an N to it, which again, that was a spelling for Nero. So, okay. Domitian, you can get to Domitian through gematria, again, letters corresponding to numbers, depending on what the spelling used, depending on if you use sort of a nickname or an abbreviation part of it. It just feels like cheating at some point, okay? Another candidate would be Pythagorean magic squares. Magic squares are essentially Sudoku, where the vertical line, horizontal line, diagonal lines, they all add up to the same number, okay? So some have pointed out that 666 is the Pythagorean magic square of the sun. So now you get solar deity imagery in there. Zeus and whoever, Owen calls these triangular numbers, and so do other scholars, but magic square is what I'm used to. Again, is this really what we're talking about? Would John have known of the Pythagorean system? Now, there are actually serious weaknesses to the Pythagorean element here. And I've put this in the protected folder. I came across, I didn't have this earlier when we got to some of the numbers elsewhere, earlier in the book of Revelation, but I was able to procure something this week that I'm putting in the protected folder. And for those of you who are like really into Bible number stuff, this is the article. Okay. In other words, when I say that, this is the most thorough treatment of the subject. It's over 60 pages. It's by Adela Yarbrough Collins, and her treatment here is basically has not been superseded. So it's called Numerical Symbolism in Jewish and Early Christian Apocalyptic Literature. She goes through everything. Dead Sea Scrolls, Philo, Enoch, New Testament, Pythagoras, all of it. Okay? It's a great article, but it doesn't solve the problem. All of these suggestions are Greco-Roman. Now, I find the one that's most intriguing, just to drift off into Greco-Roman land here, and there's a reason why I find it intriguing that does link back to the Old Testament, is Irenaeus' suggestion. And I wrote about this in Reversing Hermann, but I'm going to give you, this is John J. Collins in DDD. This is the first Collins. This is actually her husband. He has the entry on Titans in DDD, and he writes this. The name Titan, is not found as such in the writings of the New Testament, but may be hidden in 666, in Revelation 13:18, the number of the beast and also of a man. One of the solutions of this riddle that have been listed by Irenaeus actually lists a few of these, but this is the one that is most interesting. So Collins says one of the solutions happens to be Teiton. There's a specific spelling. And this is something Irenaeus brings up in his book, or his writing Against Heresies 5:30 and 3. So it happens to be Teiton, of which the numerical values 300 plus 5 plus 10 plus 300 plus 1 plus 50 add up to 666. Irenaeus comments that this solution is particularly convincing to himself, or is particularly convincing to himself because it is not the name of an actually venerated god or known king, but nevertheless a divine and kingly, even a tyrant's name. So it gave a certain flexibility. Interestingly enough, everybody says that the Nero thing solves the 666 problem. Irenaeus doesn't even bring it up. He doesn't even bring Nero up. He's well acquainted with Nero, folks. And he didn't find that at all persuasive or even interesting. So he takes this different trajectory. Now, why should we care? Again, I discussed this a bit in Reversing Hermann with 666 and Titan, Teiton. There's no direct Old Testament reference here. So it's an analogical argument. Basically, it goes like this. 666 points to a Titan. The Titans were the giants, okay, the Greco-Roman retelling of Genesis 6. One of those was Nimrod in Jewish tradition. Not in the Bible. Nimrod is called a Gibor, and Gibor does not have to mean giant. David is called a Gibor. God is called a Gibor. Okay, it doesn't have to mean giant. So let's get that straight. But you go from 666 to Titans, to giants, to Nimrod. And Nimrod, of course, is associated with, drum roll please, Babel. And of course, Revelation's Antichrist is associated with Babylon the great whore. Again, there's no biblical text that makes those connections, but they're interesting. So I wrote in Reversing Hermann this little bit here. The point being made here is not that Antichrist will be a giant. Okay, please. No biblical or Enochic text draws such a conclusion. Rather, the material indicates that Second Temple Jewish readers of Revelation may have parsed the Antichrist as having a direct association with the fallen watchers, the classical titans, and the giants. That's possible. And the Nimrod trajectory establishes that possibility. So I kind of like that because I think that there is the number has something to do with Babel. That's kind of obvious, though, because keep reading Revelation, you get Babylon, the great whore. I mean, that's kind of obvious. So I'm not like patting myself on the back here that I've seen something, that no one else has seen. Everybody sees this who reads it. So what I'm interested in is what's the Babel connection? Now, we certainly have a chaos connection with the two beasts. That's in play, absolutely. And then we get this number, and what I want to see, where I think the answer is going to be, and we may never find it, but it's going to have some connection to Babel chaos stuff. Now, I have to mention one other thing. I also recently came across an article that tries to make the argument 666 from the Old Testament, and I don't find this persuasive at all. I'm going to tell you why, but I also put this in the protective folder. So 666 as a number is actually mentioned 3 times in the Old Testament. The first one is that it's the number of the talents of gold that Solomon collected each year. It's mentioned in 1 Kings 10:14, 2 Chronicles 9:13. So those are 2 of the references. The third reference is Ezra 2:13, where Adonijam has 666 sons, descendants. Okay, well, that's it. There's nothing to build on there. There's nothing said about Adonijam and all this stuff. So that's where you get the number. Now, this particular article by Brent Strawn and Keith Bodner, entitled Solomon and 666, Revelation 13:18. This is from New Testament Studies, volume 66, which is 2020. So it's very recent. Pages 219 to 319. Well, I messed up the numbers here. I can't remember what page numbers it actually is, and I don't want to open the file right now. But it's 8-10 pages. It's not real long. Here's what they argue. This is from their abstract. The present article argues that 666 in Revelation 13:18 is best related to the notice of Solomon receiving 666 talents of gold. 1 Kings 10:14, 2 Chronicles 9:13, which is in turn an important notice of this king's wayward and unjust practices, his inordinate wealth, exploitation of his own people, and eschewing of God's law. So basically, in non-academies, Solomon got 666 talents of gold. He got lots of other stuff too, but the 666 talents, and that shows that Solomon was an evil, sinister monarch that was just milking everybody for his wealth, and he exploited his own people. And this is one of the things that you're not supposed to do as a king according to the Torah. And so that becomes why we see 666 used of the Antichrist. Yeah, I don't find this at all persuasive for one big reason, and they actually try to address this in the article and do not do a good job of it. Solomon's portrayal in Second Temple Jewish literature is not a bad one. He's an exorcist. He has power over demons. Basically, he's the exact opposite of what he would be if he turns out to be the foil or the touch point for the Antichrist. So I think this is really weak. But I wanted to mention it because some of you will know that the number 666 occurs in the Old Testament. There you go. Again, I just don't find that option persuasive. I don't find any of the Greco-Roman options persuasive. I'll admit that I'm influenced by Irenaeus here. If he yawned at the suggestion of Nero, well, to me that says something. And again, all of these systems that try to align with certain names, they kind of cheat a little bit, to make it work. none of these things has won the day. The closest you get to a consensus is the Nero thing, but people are very quick to point out that you have to fiddle a little bit. The one advantage it has is it also accounts for the textual variance, 616. Some passages or some manuscripts of Revelation 13:18 do not say 666; they say 616. And if you spell Nero an altogether different way, you can get 616. So it can account for both of them. But to me, that just sort of demonstrates somewhat the artificiality of it. And again, if Irenaeus just thought, why would we even think that? To me, that suggests something there. That to me, that's actually a strong argument that we don't need to take Nero too seriously, because Irenaeus is very close, a lot closer than we are to the period. He's, one of the early fathers. He knows all about Nero because Nero put Paul and Peter to death. I mean, you would think if this idea of Nero being the beast, this Nero, this legend of Nero being revived and all this stuff, you think as sort of how that circulated, and it did circulate in the ancient world. People were freaked out by Nero that he would come back from the dead and all this, not even for biblical reasons, just generally. There's that. It's current. People are thinking about it. They're talking about it. They fear it. You've got this number thing going on, and Irenaeus doesn't even bat an eye, not even on the radar. Gives it no consideration at all. Again, to me, that is a good argument against it. So again, none of these things are going to solve the problem. Just to summarize here as we close, the one I prefer again is, I'll prefer something that has a connection to Babel. And right now, all you have is an analogous reasoning chain, that goes back to, Taitan, the Titans, and Hermon, and Nimrod, and all this kind of stuff. You have to dip into Second Temple Jewish thinking about Nimrod, and equate him with Babel, and it's possible. All these things are possible. All the elements of this logic chain are possible. The problem is that the logic chain is never spelled out in Scripture. Not even part of the logic chain is spelled out in Scripture. All of the links in the chain are isolated from each other, scripturally speaking, except for Nimrod and Babel. That's about the only one you've got. There's a direct connection there. So where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us in the quandary that we started with. Nobody knows really what this specifically is talking about, and there really isn't a clear Old Testament precedent. Maybe what I've just suggested is the right way to think about it. I don't know, neither does anybody else, because we're dealing with really the absence of data when it comes to text, at least to this point, as far as I've been able to find. And I've looked at a lot of stuff, so I'm not holding my breath. But that's kind of where we are with the whole issue. So the real meat here is with the beasts. I think it helps. I think it helps solidify a chaos orientation to the whole chapter. And again, with that, we'll bring this one to a close. That's really the Old Testament contribution to Revelation 13.
Mike. No. I'm going to need a current name that you think. You're going to disappoint. You could have just said, you could have saved us an hour. Just said, I don't know. I'm just you could have just said up front, I don't know.
There's plenty of things we do know in here.
We want a name, Mike. We need to spill the tea, as they say now. You ever heard that, spill the tea? It's what all the
I have heard that too many times, actually.
Yeah. We need to we need a current name. You know how many times I've heard people say names, even at my church. I don't want to say anything about or speak anything, but
Henry Kissinger's still alive. He was the Antichrist when I was growing up, so he's still alive. Yeah. We'll go with him.
Yeah, or Hitler. He's coming back.
Yeah, and there you go. Yeah, there you go.
You go really far down the rabbit hole with chapter 13 there.
Oh, sure.
All right, Mike. Well, next week, chapter 14. Get into the 144,000 again. Yeah.
We won't spend a whole lot of time on that part of the chapter because we did so much with it earlier on. But yeah, I mean we're going to hit them again. They're unavoidable because hey, there they are. But there's plenty of other stuff in chapter 13 and of course on into 15. And I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it, but we might be able to do 14 and 15 together because the plagues are there. We've had a lot of that language already too, so we'll see. But we're making good progress.
All right,
At least we can say that much.
All right. Sounds good, Michael. I'm disappointed no computer chips and no modern names have been named in this episode, but that's okay.
No, but the emails will keep coming.
You can email Mike, not me. But all right, Mike. Well, with that, we look forward to chapter 14 next week, and I want to thank everybody for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. God bless.
Thanks for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit www.nakedbibleblog.com. To learn more about Dr. Heiser's other websites and blogs, go to www.drmsh.com.
You're listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, go to nakedbiblepodcast.com and click on the support link in the upper right-hand corner. If you're new to the podcast and Dr. Heiser's approach to the Bible, click on New Start Here at nakedbiblepodcast.com.
Welcome to the Naked Bible Podcast, episode 384, Revelation 14. I'm the layman, Trey Strickland, and he's the scholar, Dr. Michael Heiser. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Not a whole lot new, although Norman fell in the pool again.
With or without a life jacket?
Without, but I was taking him out it was at night for a walk. He likes to walk on the edge, doing his tightrope imitation, and he just got a little lazy.
Yeah. So did you have to go in the pool and get him, or did you just fish him out?
No, he's right at the side, so I just grabbed him.
Okay, because I was going to say,
I think he just did it for attention.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't count towards you being in the pool for one.
No.
Yeah. If you have to fish out
maybe
a pug, that doesn't count.
Yeah. You're not telling him to do that to try to get me in, are you?
No. I have the under, so I don't want you to get in.
Okay.
So I am not. Somebody else is doing that. They're trying to throw
Maybe
this.
he has the over. Norman has the over.
Norman has the over. There you go.
Come on in here and get me.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's funny. Anything else going on? Anything good?
No, just, working on projects and stuff. So, we're trying to get ready for the fall semester, the last of the 2-year certificate program. So New Testament apologetic stuff, lots of Jesus seminar stuff and Jesus mythicist stuff. So if people want to hear my take on that, then they need to sign up for the class, schooloftheology.com. That's about all I know. I don't really know when the early bird enrollment is or ends or what's going on. So my head's out of that, but just getting ready for that, prepping for that and doing some writing.
And now that we all we're over the halfway point of Revelation, also in the fall, we're probably going to be wrapping up this book. So be sending me your questions about the book of Revelation that we've covered here. So at treystrickland@gmail.com, because as always, we'll be doing a Q&A of just the book that we've covered.
Trey told me he wants you to also send him your prophecy timeline charts so he can display them in his office. He collects those. So
I love that.
You might want to do that.
That's a great idea. Yeah. If you have any timeline where we are in the tribulation.
Put those on Instagram.
Yeah, there you go. People get so mad at me if I did that, Mike. They really believe that their timeline is true.
Nobody would create one if they didn't think they were right, So they're all right. They all compete,
Well, that's all right. At least they're trying. I don't want to knock them because bless their hearts, they're trying, Mike. They're trying to understand it. And
I have on my bookshelf here, and I have not consulted this for this series, but I have it more or less as a keepsake. A book by the old dispensationalist Clarence Larkin, and it's actually called The Greatest Book on Dispensational Truth Ever Written. Like, could you imagine writing a book and titling it something like that?
That's
The
awesome.
Greatest Book on whatever ever written.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And inside of it, it's just filled with charts. So it's just sort of a fond little thing I have on my bookshelf.
Well, you ought to.
It's kind of an odd curiosity.
Send those to me. I'll post some of those if you want. If If you find a good one,
take some pictures.
just scan it in. Yeah, take a picture of it, send it to me. I'll post that stuff. I'm sure people get a kick out of it.
Well, maybe I'll do that. I'll send you a couple because it's very detailed. Let's just put it that way.
Well, Mike, Revelation 14, we're in the thick of it here. You've got some good stuff for us today?
Yeah, we're going to get through the chapter in part because the first 5 verses we've essentially already covered before. So we might as well just jump in here so that we can get through the whole chapter. The first 5 verses are the 144,000. And so we're not going to repeat that material. You can go back and listen to episodes 372 and 373 for all of that. So we're going to jump in at verse 6. So Revelation 14:6. And I'm going to read to about verse 13. So Revelation 14:6. We're going to get 3 angels here that have messages. So verse 6 says, "Then I saw another angel flying directly overhead with an eternal gospel to proclaim to those who dwell on earth, to every nation and tribe and language and people. And he said with a loud voice, 'Fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth, the sea and the springs of water.' Another angel, a second, followed, saying, 'Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who made all nations drink the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality.' And another angel, a third, followed them, saying with a loud voice, 'If anyone worships the beast and its image and receives a mark on his forehead or on his hand, he will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured full strength into the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night, these worshippers of the beast and its image, and whoever receives the mark of its name. Here is a call for the endurance of the saints, those who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus.' And I heard a voice from heaven saying, 'Write this, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Blessed indeed, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors and their deeds follow them.'" So that's Revelation 14:6 through 13. And a couple of comments on certain, a few things in here. First, the reference to the angel flying isn't proof that angels have wings. I thought I would throw this in here because of what I've said and written in the past. In other contexts where non-bird things fly, like the woman of Revelation 12, they are given wings, but we don't get that detail here. So if we look up the terminology in LSJ, which is the Liddell Scott Greek lexicon, elsewhere in classical Greek, this same term that's used in Revelation 14:6 is used of flight that does not require wings. For example, the flight of the soul, the flight of horses and chariots, the flight of javelins, the flight of dancers. It's really used of any quick motion. If you're looking for a specific textual reference, the Iliad 22, line 362 would be one. But LSJ has all these sorts of things laid out. So this doesn't, again, prove that angels have wings. And On, in his Revelation commentary, actually bothers to comment about this, which I thought was kind of interesting. He says, "It is of interest that this is the earliest reference in Jewish or Christian literature to an angel, apart from cherubim and seraphim, flying. While cherubim and seraphim are described as having wings and as flying, angels in general are not." Okay, and he has here 1 Chronicles 21:16 merely states that the angel of the Lord was seen standing between heaven and earth, not that he had wings or was flying. Even in Revelation 14:6, however, the flying angel is not necessarily described as winged. It isn't described as winged. The first clear reference to angels and demons with wings is found in Tertullian, in his Apologia. So it's the early church fathers is where you first get the winged description applied specifically to angels. So there you go. I mean, this is church tradition. It's just, something that, it is what it is. It's nothing sinister or evil or anything like that. But I thought I should mention this because, the Angels book and things we've said on the podcast before. So I just thought it was interesting, too, that On even bothered, to comment on it. But he did. Now, there's a cosmological note to be made here, and we've commented a little bit on this language in an earlier episode. about this sort of spatial area, the midst of heaven or mid-heaven. And on notes here we go back to Revelation 14:6. He sees the angel flying directly overhead. Directly overhead, this phrase is the same terminology that we saw earlier that denotes mid-heaven. Okay, so On writes this. The phrase petamenon en mesuranemati, flying in mid-heaven, means that the angel appeared in the place where he could be seen and heard by everyone on earth, since his message was directed to all human beings. Now here's the interesting part. This, of course, presupposes a world shaped like a flat disk rather than a sphere. While Aristotle thought the earth was spherical, and he gives a reference in Aristotle, it was more commonly thought to be flat and circular, with Delphi at the center and surrounded by ocean, that's Herodotus 549, or flat and rectangular, Ephorus of Syme according to Strabo 1.2.28. This conception of a flat, circular earth survived into Hellenistic and Roman times. So this again denotes this sort of what I would call this pre-scientific, pre-modern, cosmology. And it does make sense of the phrase flying in mid-heaven. If that means in a place sort of in, above the middle of the earth, I mean, think of the earth as a round, disk, then the description has meaning, because this is where you would go to make sure everybody hears you. You're at a central location, as opposed to going to one end or the other, or the edge of the circle or whatever, So there's actually a point to the language here, but the point is communicated by means of language that denotes this pre-modern, cosmology. The first angel's message, this one in Revelation 14, is referred to as, the Greek term is actually the term for gospel, euangelion. So in Revelation 14:6, ESV translates that the angel had an eternal gospel to proclaim to those who dwell on the earth, to every tribe and nation and language and people. So this is the normal word for, what you get in the New Testament for, referring to Jesus' work on the cross and the resurrection, so on and so forth. Here, it seems better to translate it just as a good news or good message, since the content of what this gospel, quote unquote gospel, is defined in verse 7, which says, and he said, here's the angel talking now, he said with a loud voice, fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come, and worship him who made heaven and earth and sea and the springs of water. You say, well, how is that good news? Well, it's good news to the righteous, because they are about to be vindicated. Babylon is about to fall. The Lord is going to step in now into history and judge the wicked. He's going to put an end to the chaos system. So you go to verse 8 and you get the second angel. That angel's message is, fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who made all nations drink the wine of the passion of her sexual immorality. Now that phrase, fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, derives from Isaiah 21, verse 9. So I'm going to read that. Isaiah 21, verse 9. And it says here, behold, here come riders, horsemen in pairs. And he answered, fallen, fallen is Babylon, and all the carved images of her gods he has shattered to the ground. So again, this is a judgment passage. The Lord, is judging Babylon in Isaiah 21. And so that's the context for what John has written here. Now, if you tie that into the earlier, verse about proclaiming to those who dwell on the earth, to every nation, tribe, and language and people. Okay, fear God. Here's the content of the good news before we hear that Babylon has fallen. Fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come. And worship him. Okay, all of you out there in all nations, all tribes, all languages and people, worship him. Worship Yahweh who made heaven and earth, the sea and the springs of water. Again, this combination of things in these verses, you can probably already tell this is the Psalm 82 judgment. This is the reversal of the Deuteronomy 32 problem. It's the judgment. This is day of the Lord language, Babylon, the whole chaos system. Of course, Babylon is the place from which this sprang, the fragmentation of the nations. So Beale and McDonough write, the phrase fallen, fallen is Babylon derives from Isaiah 21, and it is equivalent to the ensuing statement that the idols of Babylon are destroyed. The destruction of the idolatrous system of the world is also in mind here, as chapter 13 and the immediately following verses in 14:9 and 11 bear out. The Isaiah allusion is merged with another Old Testament reference, so they're saying there's also another passage we could look at here. The title Babylon the Great is based on the identical name of the city in Daniel 4:30, specifically reading with the Septuagint, the Greek there, to match John's Greek. In Daniel 4, the name forms part of an expression of the king's self-glorification for which he is about to be judged. Now in Revelation 14:8, the latter-day Babylon meets its end. So, it's a judgment of the Babel chaos. It's a judgment of the gods of the nations, in a more final sort of sense, because of John's hearkening back to Isaiah 21. He loops that into this day of the Lord judgment here, again, to communicate the idea that not only are the gods of the nations going to be judged, but all of the nations should worship Yahweh. Again, so there's this notion of, the Great Commission being accomplished. This is, fullness of the Gentiles content. These are concepts that you would associate with the fullness of the Gentiles, that the nations, again, those among the nations who are going to follow the Lord are being brought back into the family. Everything's wrapping up. The wicked are going to be judged. Babylon, the whole system is going to be judged. And that's why it's good news. Interestingly enough, John does use euangelion, which elsewhere in the New Testament is the gospel. So again, it's like the gospel gets its culmination in terms of the nations when the day of the Lord happens and the gods are judged, the nations are judged, and the righteous are vindicated. Again, this is all sort of these are parts of a coherent whole, and John is dipping into the Old Testament to articulate this. Now John, in his own context, is almost certainly using Babylon, the name Babylon, as a cipher for Rome, because that's where the chaos system in his day is being run, through. Rome it's the fourth kingdom of Daniel. Okay, Rome is the great world empire that has inherited dominion from the original Babylon of Daniel's own day, his personal day when he actually lived. So they become, again, the latest iteration for what the problem is, what this whole system is. And again, it's not a coincidence that when you go back to Daniel 2, for instance, when the kingdom made without hands rolls into the image, and shatters, the image, and of course it strikes, the feet, which is the fourth kingdom. And this kingdom made without hands is the kingdom of God. Well, it's during the inauguration of the kingdom of God, i.e. the time of the New Testament, i.e. the time of Jesus and his work, that the kingdom is begun. And so the shattering of the Babel system is not completely taken care of, but its demise is now in progress. Again, this is the already but not yet, sort of thing that you see going on in the New Testament. And so in John's vision of the future, this is, again, the way it's going to play out. This is the way it's going to end. The system as it is going to be completely done away with. The gods are going to be judged and so on and so forth. But in John's day, the representative earthly power for the older Babylonian chaos system is Rome. And this is why you get Babel or Babylon used in not just the New Testament, but in other literature as a reference to Rome. I mean, this does happen in other writers. So Beale and McDonough note in this regard, they say, just as Babylon destroyed the first temple, Solomon's temple, and sent Israel into exile, so Rome came to be called Babylon in some sectors of Judaism, because it also destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and exiled Israel, again, all over again. And they note a few references in the Midrash, Midrash Rabbah, Numbers 7:10, Psalm 137:8. In fact, they continue, contemporary and later Jewish sources equated the name Babylon with Rome explicitly. And there's a whole string of references here. I'll just give you a few. 2nd Baruch 11:1, 33:2, 67:7, 79:1. The Sibylline Oracles 5, 140 to 143, and 158 through 161. 1 Peter 5:13, again in the New Testament. Midrash Rabbah for Leviticus 6:6, and the Song of Solomon 6 or 1:6. Even some Dead Sea Scrolls, the Habakkuk Pesher 1QP Habakkuk does the same thing, uses Babylon for Rome. So Babylon is a symbolic name for Rome, just generally. They point out here, especially in 4th Ezra 3:2 and 31, and 4th Ezra 12:10 through 39, where the metaphor of the eagle for Babylon, specifically from Daniel 7:4, is applied to Rome as the fourth kingdom. So Jews, that's the end of their quotation. So Jews in the first century context, the Second Temple Jewish context, were using Babylon very specifically for Rome. And some of them even go as far as to name Rome as the fourth kingdom of Daniel 7, which, we're sort of used to that because, we look in hindsight at the flow of ancient history and Babylon, the Medo-Persians, the Greeks and the Romans. Okay. So they were thinking along the same lines way back then. On in his commentary, again, has something to note here as well. He says, as a cipher for Rome, the term Babylon occurs occasionally in Jewish apocalyptic literature, though the fact that all the references occur in literature, all the references that do this occur in literature that post-dates AD 70, which is the year when Jerusalem fell to Titus. And this has suggested to many scholars that the equation of Babylon and Rome was not made until after that date, after 70 AD. And that suggests that Revelation must have been written after that date. In other words, after 70 AD. And, he cites some people here, some familiar names to this podcast. Adela Yarbrough Collins, for instance, notes this and, takes this view. And this is common. This is one of the proof texts or the arguments for the late date of Revelation, which anybody who's not a preterist, either a full or a partial preterist, that this is what they prefer, that Revelation is written in the 90s or something like that. So this is one of the big arguments. On continues, there were other symbolic names for Rome in use by early Judaism, including Edom. Again, that makes sense because Edom assisted Babylon. Remember our series on Obadiah. That's really what Obadiah is about. Back to On, he says, so we have Edom, we have Kittim, or either in Hebrew or Aramaic. The Kittim in Daniel 11:30 is translated. This is interesting in the Septuagint, Kittim, which means Westerners. Okay, in Daniel 11:30, the Septuagint actually translates that as Romans. In Daniel 11:30, so it's a very clear equivalence. Egypt is also used as a cipher for Rome. So there are these other names, again, that sort of are used for Rome, but they harken back again to this, who the mega oppressor was and is, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of this kind of thing going on, but it's very common, again, to use Babylon itself instead of Edom or Kittim or Egypt for Rome. Really, the concept is kind of the same no matter what you're really looking at. Owen, though, is honest, and he says, look, this isn't a slam dunk for a post-70 AD authorship, though. So he writes, the argument that Babylon as a code word for Rome pointed to a date after 70 AD for the composition of Revelation is vulnerable, since the name Babylon is used to interpret Assyria in Isaiah 10:13 through 19, part of an oracle against Assyria in Isaiah 10. In the Pesher commentary, 4QP Isaiah C. So in English, there were, whoever wrote the Pesher among the Dead Sea Scrolls, and a Pesher is a commentary. So the people at Qumran were writing commentaries. We call them Peshers because they use the phrase Pishro, this means, okay, in their commentary of whatever biblical book we're talking about here. So in one of the commentaries, one of the Peshers to Isaiah found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, Babylon is also used to talk about Assyria. So there's not, it's it's not a consistent usage. So you can't really say that Babylon is only used, for Rome. It could be used for other things. And so, since this is in a Dead Sea Scroll, the use of Babylon as a code word, just generally, period, the use of Babylon as a code word, the technique can be dated before 70 AD. So those who would favor preterism, full or partial, preterist would use examples like this and say, look, you can't argue that Babylon is only used as a code term after 70 AD. It's used as a code term before 70 AD. Here you have this one example. Of course, the rebuttal to this is that, well, that early one isn't used of Rome, is it? No. Well, back in 100 BC, that Rome wouldn't have been the issue. So this is how the argument goes back and forth. And we're not doing eschatological systems arguments here, but since this verse and its reference to Babylon and the whole Rome issue is so commonly known by students who study prophecy and Revelation, I thought I'd mention it. But it's not a slam dunk either way. Let's move on to Revelation 14:10 and 11. Revelation 14:10 and 11. Let me read those real quickly again. The one who takes the mark of the beast, he will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured full strength into the cup of his anger, and be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever. They have no rest day or night, these worshippers of the beast and its image, and whoever receives the mark of its name. So you look at that description, the suffering of the beast and those loyal to the beast are characterized as drinking the wine of God's wrath, and the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever. So Beale and McDonough have a few comments on this, and they say, the picture of pouring out wine resulting in intoxication indicates the unleashing of God's wrath at the final judgment. And they give a string of Old Testament verses for that. Just a couple: Psalm 60, verse 3, Psalm 75, 8, Isaiah 51, 17, 51, 21 through 23, so on and so forth. It's a fairly long list. This imagery is inspired especially by the wording of Psalm 75, 8, and Jeremiah 25, 15, and Jeremiah 51, 7 in particular, all three of which are grouped together and applied by Jewish exegetical tradition to the wicked who will, quote, drink in the time to come, unquote. And that's from the Midrash Rabbah in Genesis 88:5, and Midrash of Psalm 11:5 and Psalm 75:4. So there was an apocalyptic belief, McDonough and Beale continue, that the wicked would be punished, often by fire, in the presence of the righteous. 1 Enoch 48:9, 1 Enoch 62:12, 1 Enoch 108:14 and 15. Then you have a few references in Wisdom of Solomon, Ezra, 4th Ezra, so on and so forth. So this was a common idea. And part of it comes from Isaiah 66:22 through 24. And how do we handle this? I mean, on the one instance, you could look at the passage and say, well, this is for the followers of the beast. This is, these are these people that are going to live in the future or whatever that follow the beast and so on and so forth. Remember when we talked about the beast, that the mark is really, whether it's physical or not, and we don't really know. I mean, the wording suggests something going on like this, but there's no precedent really for this branding idea. We talked about how believers, Jews and then believers, bear the name, again, metaphorically, and how this same language is used of the beast. Those who follow the beast bear the name, okay? Because the mark is the name of the beast, all right? So whatever this number is, whatever the mark is, it's the name of the beast, and they bear it, they take it. Just like in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, the idea of bearing the name isn't literal. It's metaphorical. It's, this language conveys alignment. Whose side are you on? Who do you follow? Where is your allegiance? And so those who are, in allegiance with the beast, those who reject Christ, you could expand it and say, well, it's not just these people in the future, because they're going to be punished and so on and so forth. So obviously this goes into the hell versus annihilation discussion. If you want to be real technical about it, the language, would pertain to people in the future because it's tied in with the beast. It's tied in with the time of these apocalyptic events happening. So that's would be an argument that the annihilationist would make and say, look, it's not literal anyway, just like the mark's not literal, so annihilation's okay, and even if it wasn't, it's a special subset group, the people who are allied with the Antichrist at the time of the end. That's not just, lost people now and blah, 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 so on and so forth. I mean, you can see how, the other side would just say, well, it's anybody who's not belonging to Christ, and that's the end of the story. So this is how the two sides of that debate, the hell debate, will take Revelation 14:11. So you've got a metaphorical versus literal argument. You've got this is all future language versus no, it's not argument in relation to that debate. But the language itself comes, again, from these other texts, both Second Temple texts and some Old Testament texts as well, that are prophecies, that are looking forward into, what is still to us, still future, as far as the ultimate judgment, the day of the Lord, and so on and so forth. So the verse, it really isn't that much help, to nail down the everlasting torment versus annihilation question, because it is put in an apocalyptic setting. So you can make an argument either way, but it's not as clear-cut as you would think, is the point I'm trying to make, because it does have these Old Testament contexts. And if we went back and looked at Enoch, 1 Enoch 27, 2 and 3 is another reference where you get this language, 1 Enoch 48. These references even in Enoch, which is where you get the lake of fire, prepared for the devil and his angels, that New Testament comment in Matthew 25, that comes from the book of Enoch. It's not found anywhere else. Even in that text, that book, 1 Enoch is an apocalypse. It's a vision of the future. So even that's not really helpful. Even though it was written before Revelation, it's an apocalypse. It's just like the book of Revelation is, that the end is coming, the wicked are doomed, the Messiah is going to come and judge everybody. That's what 1 Enoch is. That's what the whole book is about. It spends time on the watchers because this is why we deserve condemnation, because we're depraved and corrupt, and we have our own selves to blame for this, and we especially have, the watchers to blame for this, the proliferation of depravity thing. Basically it explains why God would bother judging the world. And the answer is because it's a terrible place. And we have only ourselves and these supernatural beings that hate us to blame. So that's it. That's 1 Enoch. It's an apocalyptic text. And again, just wanted to rabbit trail a little bit off into that because, again, this is a common verse that lots of people know, but it does have, again, a specific Old Testament apocalyptic context. It has Second Temple Jewish apocalyptic context. And of course, we're in the book of Revelation, which is an apocalypse. So, how much does it really help address a full orb theology of personal eschatology? It could go either way, just like all this other stuff. And again, in Q&A sessions, I've been asked a couple times about, hell and annihilation. That to me, both views are on the table. And this is another reason why, the language can be, it can lead you in different directions, the very same language. So let's go to Revelation 14 through 20. And let's read that real quickly. This is to the end of the chapter. Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and seated on the cloud one like a son of man, with a golden crown on his head, and a sharp sickle in his hand. And another angel came out of the temple, calling with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, Put in your sickle, and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe. So he who sat on the cloud swung his sickle across the earth, and the earth was reaped. Then another angel came out of the temple in heaven. He too had a sharp sickle, and another angel came out from the altar, the angel who has authority over the fire. And he called with a loud voice to the one who had the sharp sickle, Put in your sickle and gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe. So the angel swung his sickle across the earth, and gathered the grape harvest of the earth, and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden outside the city, and blood flowed from the winepress as high as a horse's bridle, for 1,600 stadia, which my little ESV note says about 184 miles. A stadia, stadion, singular, was about 607 feet or 185 meters. So it's quite a distance. What about this? So, well, verse 14, we have this description of one like a son of man. So right away that grabs your attention, and it raises the question, should the one like a son of man here in this verse, Revelation 14:14, be identified with Christ or an angel? And does the harvest represent judgment or salvation? Obviously one like a son of man, that this could be a reference to the Son of Man. But since angels also appear as men in the Old Testament, for instance, Genesis 18 and 19, specifically Genesis 19:1, Daniel 10:16, since angels can appear as men and do, maybe the one like a son of man refers to an angel. So is it the Son of Man, or is it just an angel? Now On, again, chimes in on the issue here. He says, the unusual image of the one like the Son of Man sitting on a cloud in this verse may preserve allusions to the earlier combination of Psalm 110 with Daniel 7:13, such as that found in Mark 14:62. I'm going to read Mark 14:62, just so you know what he's angling for here. Jesus said, again, this is part of the scene where he's on trial with before Caiaphas. Jesus said, I am. Let me go back. He asked, are you Christ, the Son of the Blessed? Jesus said, I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven. So there you have a seated element, and then you have the coming with the clouds of heaven element. Well, how can you be seated and coming at the same time? Well, it's not meant to describe something that you could draw, and I guess sort of make a cartoon out of it or something. The language here denotes two separate things, both of which are messianic, and you caught it in On's quotation. So On is saying the seating element, sitting on a cloud, here in Revelation 14:14, combines sitting in the clouds, just like Mark 14:62 combines sitting in the clouds, and Matthew 26:64 does it too. Why? Because it's merging Psalm 110:1 with Daniel 7:13. Now, Daniel 7:13 we already know about, Son of Man coming with or upon the clouds. Psalm 110:1, and let's read it. It's Psalm 110. It's a very overtly messianic psalm. The Lord says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. So this is the Messiah sitting essentially on the throne of power, the right hand, the throne of power. And that's what Jesus actually alludes to when he quotes this in front of Caiaphas. So it's not just Daniel 7:13. There's a Psalm 110 element in here too. So this very well could be the Son of Man, i.e. Christ, the Messiah. And you say, why are we spending time on this? Well, just hang on a second and I'll let you know. I mean, you probably already get a sense of it if you just read through the passage or remember the passage. There's also part of the debate revolves around the word another. So in verse 15, let's go back to Revelation 14, verse 15. So we're trying to identify who the one like a Son of Man is in verse 14. Is it Christ, or is it an angel? And then we get verse 15, and another angel. So that makes it sound like we should take a Son of Man, one like a Son of Man, and think it's an angel. Verse 15, we get another one. So On says, there's also this word here that's part of what's going on. And he writes, the adjective allos, another, suggests that the figure just referred to in verse 14 as a Son of Man is an angelic figure and therefore reflects a Jewish perspective. But it is hardly likely, he's going to object to this now, it is hardly likely that the final editor of Revelation would have demoted the Son of Man in verse 14 to an angel because of all the way he's talked about the Son of Man earlier. Chapter 1. It's very clear Ancient of Days imagery is merged into the Son of Man imagery and used of Christ. So On's saying, yes, it really isn't. Would John really demote him to angelic status here? And he writes that this other angel emerges from the heavenly temple implies the divine authorization of his command to the one sitting on the cloud to begin the harvest. So in other words, if you go back to verses 14 and 15, what On is suggesting is we have two figures. We have this one like a son of man with a golden crown on his head, sharp sickle in his hand, and then another angel comes out of the temple. Well, we've already had angels in this chapter and in previous chapters. So we get another one coming out of heaven, and specifically, the temple in heaven, okay? And so this other angel comes to the Son of Man and then calls with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, the Son of Man, put in your sickle and reap. Now, this raises another issue. Do we have an angel commanding Jesus? Okay. Well, Owen says, no, this really isn't the case. I mean, I think I'll quote Beale here because I think Beale does a little bit, more with this. But essentially, the angel isn't commanding Jesus. He's coming out of the heavenly temple and he's announcing that God has now authorized Christ's return in judgment. Remember back in the Gospels when the disciples are asking Jesus about the day or hour, when is all this stuff going to happen? And Jesus says, well, it's not for anybody to know the day or hour except the Father. Here's when the Father says, it's time. Go out, go back, and put in your sickle. So he sends the angel to tell the Son of Man, now is the time. Now, that's all we have here. We don't have an angel commanding Jesus, like Jesus is waiting for the angel to order him. No, he's waiting for God's determination that now is the time. And so God sends forth an angel and says, go tell the Son of Man that here we go. It's time. It's time to wrap this up. So Beale in his commentary says, including the Son of Man, there are 7 heavenly beings in Revelation 14, 6 through 20. On this basis, some have concluded that the Son of Man is an angel since the other beings are called angels. And he performs the function performed by an angel in verses 17 to 18. Beale says, well, this is possible. And again, before you wonder about that, remember in earlier episodes we've talked about angelomorphic Christology. Okay, so this is part of the 2 powers motif going on in ancient Judaism. That God can come as an angel. Remember the Old Testament? Yahweh is the angel of the Lord, but the angel of the Lord isn't. He is, but isn't Yahweh. It's the same thing going on here. So Beale says, okay, this is possible. But he says, it's not a necessary conclusion since the Son of Man is not identified as an angel. And in Revelation 1:7, Revelation 1:13 and 20, those passages clearly portray the Son of Man from Daniel 7 as the divine Christ with precisely the same wording as used here. Furthermore, the coming of the Son of Man on the clouds in the synoptic eschatological discourses and elsewhere is always Christ. Now catch that point. The Son of Man everywhere else, when it comes to the descriptions of returning in judgment, it's always Christ. So why would we say it's not Christ here? When there's a perfectly understandable way of taking another angel, basically to be another angel, other than the ones who've already shown up in this chapter and in the earlier chapters. There's no reason to relegate Jesus to an angel here. But Beale says, look, if you want to do that, okay, but you got to remember, hey, there's Old Testament precedent for Yahweh being an angel. Okay, let's not forget that. And typically people who want to be, make a Unitarian argument or Jehovah's Witnesses or somebody like this, they forget about all that stuff. And also they're not really informed about how in Judaism God can show up as an angel, just in other Jewish texts, because those other Jewish texts are well aware of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and the angel of the Lord, stuff in the Hebrew Bible. Anyway, so Beale says, look, all the other places in the same eschatological context, Day of the Lord, they're all Christ. He writes later and says, another angel now appears and issues a command to the Son of Man. If the Son of Man in verse 14 is the Messiah, then Allos, another, sets this angel alongside the 3 angels in verses 6 through 9. But if verse 14 pictures an angelic being, Allos places the angel also alongside the Son of Man figure. The angel's command could suggest that he has authority over the Son of Man, who is therefore subordinate to the angel, but probably only a functional subordination to God is in mind. This is what we talked about earlier. So that's the end of the Beale quote. So rather than having the angel command Jesus. What you have is the angel is sent by God to tell Jesus, the Son of Man, now is the time. That's the more consistent way to look at the language here. Let's move on to verses 17 through 20. And we have this sickle imagery. This is drawn, that's part of the imagery here in verses 17 through 20. It's drawn from the Old Testament. Specifically, Joel 3:13 seems to be an important passage here. So let me quote that here. Let me look that up real quickly. Joel 3:13. And again, this is Day of the Lord stuff. Back if you go up to verse 11, hasten and come, all you surrounding nations, gather yourselves here. This is the showdown of Armageddon, when Jerusalem is surrounded by the nations. Bring down your warriors, O Lord. Remember, we haven't gotten there yet, but you all know the passage in Revelation where the Lord returns with the heavenly host. So Joel says, bring down your warriors, O Lord. Let the nations stir themselves up and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. For there I will sit to judge all the surrounding nations. Put in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Go in, tread, for the winepress is full. The vats overflow, for their evil is great. Multitudes in the valley of decision. For the day of the Lord is near in the valley of decision. So this is very clearly, day of the Lord language. And it also helps us answer the question, is the sickle a harvest of redemption or is it judgment of the wicked? It's pretty clearly judgment of the wicked, again, fitting in with all this other day of the Lord imagery. So Joel 3:13 is an important passage for this. Other than that passage, harvesting, that terminology can refer to judgment. Jeremiah 51:33, Micah 4:12 through 13. Matthew 3:12 and Luke 3:17 actually utilizes those passages. And on notes, the gathering of the vintage is itself a metaphor for eschatological judgment, while the emphasis on the winepress in verse 19 is a second metaphor for judgment. The vintage harvest and the winepress as metaphors for divine judgment are found both of them in Joel 3:13. Another little item from here in verses 17 through 20, we have reference to an angel having authority over fire. Okay, let's go back to Revelation 14. And if we look here, it refers to verse 18. Another angel came out from the altar, the angel who has authority over the fire. What's going on with that? So on notes, according to Jewish tradition, various angels had authority over various aspects of the world, including the four winds. Revelation 7:1 actually alludes to that. The abyss, we've already seen that dude, Revelation 9:11. And the waters, Revelation 16:5. According to the Testament of Abraham, Recension A 13:10. Again, this is a pseudepigraphical text from the Second Temple Jewish period. According to the Testament of Abraham, we read this. Pur-uel, that's P-U-R. Pur is the Greek word for fire. Okay, Pur-uel is the archangel who has authority over fire, the fire of God. This angel is referred to earlier as the fiery angel who held the fire, also in Testament of Abraham, Recension A 12:14, and whose task it is to test the works of people by fire. The notion that angels were created out of the fire was widespread in early Judaism, based on Psalm 104:4. Psalm 104:4, I'll read that to you. This is where the psalmist says that he, God, makes his messengers winds, his ministers a flaming fire. Now, the verse doesn't really say that they're made out of fire, but you can see how early Judaism, would have taken that wording and come up with this idea. And it's actually a fairly ubiquitous idea. You've got Jubilees 2:2, Second Apocalypse of Baruch 21:6, 48:8, Second Enoch 39:5. Apocalypse of Abraham 19:6. There's a bunch of these. One of the Dead Sea Scrolls 1QH 1:10 through 11. This is a common idea, but back earlier to what's actually in the verse, because we're not talking about the origin of angels here. That's not the context. We have this angel who is has authority over the fire, and what On is suggesting is the way to understand this is that we've got an assistant here assisting the Messiah, assisting Christ when, Christ lays the sickle into the earth and, we judges the wicked, that we have an assistant standing nearby, the angel with authority over fire, who's going to test their works by fire. So this is how that idea, which is common in the Old Testament, this is how that idea sort of works itself out in eschatological thought. Again, all of this is a way of saying God is going to, again, know what your destiny is rightfully going to be. There will be no ambiguity. If you, again, just think about it. If you're born the mark of the beast, you've aligned yourself with the beast, guess what? Your works ain't doing you any good. Don't claim that they're going to do you any good. Okay, they're just going to burn up. There's nothing there on which to resist the verdict that you have aligned yourself with evil and your destiny now is destruction. Great winepress of the wrath of God on writes this. This clause, this specific phrase, idea here, is an allusion to Isaiah 63, 1 through 6, which depicts the Lord as the divine warrior coming with garments stained with the blood of his enemies, compared with the garments of one who treads grapes in the winepress. The identity of the one who treads the winepress is also not made clear. However, in 1915, Revelation 19:15, it is the rider on the white horse, in other words, the exalted Christ, returning with his heavenly armies in judgment, who treads the grapes in the winepress of God's wrath. Now, I'm going to go to Isaiah 63. This is sort of a well-known passage in Isaiah. We have Isaiah 63, and let's just start. Well, we'll start at the beginning. Who is this who comes from Edom, in crimson garments from Bozrah? He who is splendid in his apparel, marching in the greatness of his strength. It is I, speaking in righteousness, mighty to save. So again, this passage begins this way, and this is going to be a Day of the Lord passage. And Edom, of course, and Bozrah, Edom, again, it's not a code word, but when you see Edom in eschatological passages, it is an oblique reference to Babylon, because Edom and Babylon were partners in destroying Jerusalem. Okay, again, back to our series on the book of Obadiah. So Isaiah continues and says, why is your apparel red and your garments like his who treads in the winepress? And the answer comes, I have trodden the winepress alone, and from the peoples no one was with me. I trod them in my anger and trampled them in my wrath. Their lifeblood spattered on my garments and stained all my apparel. For the day of vengeance was in my heart, and my year of redemption had come. I looked, but there was no one to help. I was appalled, but there was no one to uphold. So my own arm brought me salvation, and my wrath upheld me. I trampled down the peoples in my anger. I made them drunk in my wrath, and I poured out their lifeblood on the earth. Now, even in that passage, we don't get a clear reference that the one treading the winepress is God himself. So maybe this is, a sort of a messianic thing, because John certainly takes it that way. John's use of this in Revelation, he's going to attribute this to Christ. Okay, the one who, has the sickle, the sharp sickle. That's verse 18. He called with a loud voice to the one who had the sharp sickle, which is the Son of Man. So, I'll just make this reference, because I think I've used this article before, and it's probably in the protected folder, but Tremper Longman, who's an Old Testament scholar of wide repute, he's well known. We've interviewed him for the podcast before, when we were at SBL. Tremper used to teach at Westminster, and he teaches at Westmont, California. I think he's still active. I'm not sure. He might be retired at this point. But he has a really nice article on Day of the Lord, divine warrior imagery from the Old Testament used of Jesus. Okay, so we need to remember this. Jesus does not come back blowing kisses. Okay, when the Messiah returns, all of the contexts are apocalyptic and cast in terms of divine warrior judgment stuff. And this is another one. So by virtue of John doing this, he's telling you who he thinks the wine treader, back in Isaiah 63 is. And if other people want to say he's God, well, John would be okay with that, because Jesus is God anyway. It's one of these things where there's an oblique reference to this character, this figure in the Old Testament. And in John's mind, this is the Lord. The Lord is the divine warrior. And the divine warrior in the Old Testament, there's only one of those. It's God, or, surprise, surprise, the angel of the Lord. The captain of the Lord's host. The captain, of the Lord's host would be the Lord of the hosts, and so on and so forth. All these ideas, fit together. This is a matrix of ideas. And it's fundamentally understandable if you understand the two Yahwehs idea. Yahweh invisible and transcendent, Yahweh appearing as a man. And the key figure is going to be the angel, who is the captain of the Lord's host from Joshua 5, because of the phrase, the drawn sword in his hand, occurs only two other places in the Old Testament, Numbers 22, 1 Chronicles 21, and both of those are specifically and explicitly identified as the angel of the Lord. So, John is aware of all this, and he inserts Christ. It's Jesus to him. All of this stuff is Christ, all of this imagery. And so it tells you something about John's Christology. He views Jesus, he views the Son of Man. For goodness sake, in Revelation 1, he used Ancient of Days language to describe the Son of Man. The Son of Man is God in human form, Christ. Again, this tells you something theologically. It's not just, icky stuff that's, makes us wonder about prophecy or wars or something like that. Don't miss the Christology here. In verse 20, to wrap up here, we have this line, blood flowed from the winepress as high as a horse's bridle for 1,600 stadia, or as the ESV footnote said, 184 miles. Now, On writes, Bauckham has shown that this hyperbole, he's taking it as a hyperbole, and I would agree with that, consisting of an extraordinary amount of blood indicating a slaughter of exceptional proportions, is a topos. That's a literary term. It's actually a term from rhetoric. A topos is a stock rhetorical formula or technique, such as examples would be puns or proverbs, to convey certain ideas very specifically. It's a technique. It's a topos technique frequently found in ancient literature. The earliest occurrence of this particular topos, this particular, rhetorical strategy, is found in 1 Enoch 100, verse 3. And this is from the Charlesworth volume, the translation here of Enoch. And the horse will walk up to its chest in the blood of sinners, unquote. So he's saying this is the earliest example of this kind of thing. Josephus historicizes this topos, this notion of not rivers of blood, but like a small ocean of blood, okay? That's the topos, that's the technique. Josephus historicizes this topos by referring to the many Jews killed by Romans when Jerusalem was captured in AD 70. This is in the Jewish Wars 6.406. Josephus describes the number of corpses, quote, deluged, that's a term for flooding, okay, deluged the whole city with blood to such an extent that many fires were extinguished by the gory stream, unquote. Now, again, there's no evidence from any other Jewish writer that this literally happened. It's a way of expressing the magnitude of death. And in Revelation 14:20, it's a way of expressing the magnitude of the judgment. That's all it's trying to do. So On says, to wrap up here, the inclusion of the mention of the horse's bridles in this apocalyptic hyperbole indicates that the author in Revelation 19:11 through 21, which again is the Armageddon event, is alluding to a decisive eschatological battle. Okay, that's the whole point. It is decisive. It is comprehensive. It is the magnitude of it is hard to express. And so, again, this topos, this rhetorical technique, is used about blood being as high as a horse's bridle. You can find that phrasing, that idea elsewhere, when it's clearly not supposed to be literal, but express again this idea that you just can't believe, this how huge, the magnitude of this event. So that is going to take us to the end of Revelation 14. So next time, I believe we might be able to actually cover Revelation 15 and 16. I'm going to take a shot at that, but we'll see. But again, this is no surprise here. Another chapter in Revelation that the language specifically draws on Old Testament material and of course, Second Temple Jewish material, which is commenting on Old Testament material, because that's what writers in the Second Temple period are doing. Jewish writers are looking at their Old Testament, looking at the data points and saying, well, what should we do with that? How should we read that? So that's why we look at these things. We look at the Hebrew Bible. We look at Second Temple Jewish material because they're looking at the Hebrew Bible. And we're trying to get John's contexts, what he has in mind, what he's shooting for, how he's repurposing his Old Testament in our heads so that we can, again, read the text with a little more understanding.
All right, Mike. Well, before we get to chapter 15 and 16, we're going to have a couple episodes with Dr. Mitchell. You want to give us a heads up about what we'll be discussing?
Yeah, we're going to have David Mitchell on. He is overseas in Europe, Belgium, as I recall. And he's written some really unique stuff. We're going to have one conversation with him about the Josephite Messiah tradition and how that is both different and yet dovetails with the Davidic Messiah idea. That, again, it's a Jewish tradition that a lot of Jews really aren't even aware of. And it takes you in some interesting places because there are texts that talk about the Josephite Messiah dying, on behalf of the nation. Okay, so it's really interesting when it comes to, the Jewish discussion of messianic thought. So we're going to spend some time on that. And then he also has a book on the Psalter, the book of Psalms, and how the Psalms telegraphs eschatology. Okay, and what the angle for that is how the Psalms sort of are laid out in certain places and in certain ways to telegraph the idea of the Messiah yet to come and what all that means. So that the very structure of the book is sort of designed to make you think certain thoughts about not only Messiah, but what to expect, when the Messiah comes and when he's going to come and all that sort of thing. So these are both, this is scholarly publication. Again, this isn't these aren't popular books, even though Dr. Mitchell has made a real effort, and we're going to talk about, some of the stuff he has produced. He's made a real effort to take his scholarship and make it accessible to people who aren't in graduate schools. Okay, so I think you're going to find it really interesting. It's going to be, different, but there's a lot of interesting stuff here that you're, honestly, unless you're reading his stuff, you're not going to hear any of it anywhere else. So I figured this would be a good place, to give him some exposure and learn some new things.
Sounds great. We'll be looking forward to that. All right. Well, with that, I want to thank everybody for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. God bless.
Thanks for listening to the Naked Bible Podcast. To support this podcast, visit www.nakedbibleblog.com. To learn more about Dr. Heiser's other websites and blogs, go to www.drmsh.com.